Okay, so let's start. It's wonderful to see you, the whole chess family, one building, one city, and one country. Welcome all of you. Agnieszka Wyderka, Dziecińska.
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome all of you. Hello, hello, hello. Let's start officially. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guest players, and chess enthusiasts. It's a great pleasure to welcome all of you to the opening ceremony of the European Individual Chess Championship, which we have the honor of hosting here in the heart of Katowice. Today's evening brings together outstanding players from across the world, grandmasters and masters who, over the coming days, will compete at the highest level, showcasing their skills, strategy, and extraordinary strength of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I kindly ask you all to rise. Proszę wszystkich o powstanie. We will proceed with the European Chess Union anthem, hymn Europejskiej Unii Szachowej.
That was powerful voice of our tradition, yeah? Thank you very much. Byłaś wspaniała, dziękujemy Ci.
Drodzy Państwo, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to warmly welcome our distinguished guests. It is a true privilege to welcome the mayor of Katowice, Mr. Marcin Krupa, the host of this remarkable event.
Witamy prezydent Katowic, pan Marcin Krupa.
We warmly welcome our international guests. We are honored to welcome the president of the European Chess Union, Zurab Azmajbarashvili.
Witamy, cieszymy się, że jest pan razem z nami, jeden z najważniejszych osób światowych szachów.
It is my the Upper Silesia Zagłębie Metropolis, Mr. Maciej Biskupski.
Kłania nam się metropolia Zagłębia-Wschodnia.
Allow me to warmly welcome FIDE International Chess Federation Secretary General, Mr. Łukasz Tulej. We are honored to have with us Mr. Maciej Stachura, Vice President of Katowice.
Maciej Stachura, wiceprezydent Katowice.
I would like to extend a special welcome to the President of the Polish Chess Federation, Mr. Radosław Jedynak. Please now welcome with a round of applause the President of the Silesian Chess Federation, Michał Paździora, together with the members of the board. Welcome.
Witamy prezes Śląskiego Związku Szachowego.
We are grateful for the presence of Grzegorz Masternak, the chairman of the organizing committee. Bravo. Please warmly welcome our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, mayors, chairmen and councillors of the cities and towns of our region, Silesia. Welcome.
Welcome, all of you. Our greetings go as well to our partners and sponsors, without whom this championship would not be possible. Thank you for your trust and commitment. Ministry of Sport and Tourism, bravo. We are proud to host the President of Mokata, CEO Adam Mokryś. We would like to welcome Maciej Strugała, CEO of ANFI. We welcome warmly Katarzyna Gawlik, the board member of Superbet. We are also grateful for the presence of Mr. Janusz Szymura, the president of Record Company. We would like to welcome Mr. Paweł Kuch, the president of Vasco. Hello, hello, hello. Allow me to welcome Mr. Wojciech Zawadzki from Probit. Let's give a warm welcome to the delegates and all representatives of Marshal's Office of Silesian Voivodeship, Chess, Draw and Veolia. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, chess is not only a game, it is an art to decide, to foresight, and of course of patience. It is also a universal language that connects people across the borders, cultures and generations. We will now move on to the official speeches. It is my great honor to invite the Mayor of Katowice, Mr. Marcin Krupa, on stage.
Zapraszamy serdecznie do nas prezydenta Katowic, pana Marcina Krupę. Na Katowice spogląda cały szachowy świat, panie prezydencie. Czas o tym głośno powiedzieć.
Wielce szanowny panie prezydencie, wielce szanowni goście, wielce szanowni uczestnicy tej wspaniałej imprezy szachowej.
Dear guests, dear representatives, and dear councillors and mayors.
Jest to dla mnie wielki honor, zaszczyt móc gościć w Katowicach na arenie katowickiej najlepszych szachistów Europy.
It is a great honor to host the best masters of chess in Katowice Arena.
Jest to wielkie wydarzenie dla naszego miasta, ponieważ od kilku lat staramy się bardzo mocno promować szachy.
It is a great event for our city because since a couple of years we have been promoting chess in the area
to, że warto promować tę dyscyplinę sportu.
And this event is the real proof that it is worth it.
Muszę powiedzieć, że kiedy odwiedzam nasze szkoły i widzę zaangażowanych młodych ludzi w naukę gry w szachy, to serce rośnie.
I must admit, whenever I visit schools and colleges, I feel really great to see all the chess lovers around.
Mam nadzieję, że za kilka, może kilkanaście lat to oni niszą tutaj w tej hali i będą ze sobą rywalizować.
And I hope those young players will compete next time during such an event in this area.
Doskonale zdaję sobie sprawę z tego, że szachy są taką dyscypliną sportu, która przede wszystkim uczy logicznego i strategicznego myślenia.
And I am of course sure that chess teaches you the logical and strategy of thinking.
A takiego społeczeństwa nam potrzeba nie tylko u nas w Polsce, ale w całej Europie i świecie.
And that's what kind of society we need in our country and the whole world.
Dlatego trzymam za Was wszystkich bardzo mocno kciuki i życzę wielkich osiągnięć w tej dyscyplinie sportu.
That's why I keep my fingers crossed for all of you and I wish you good luck.
Witajcie w Katowicach i czujcie się tutaj jak u siebie w domu. Wszystkiego dobrego.
Welcome to Katowice and feel like at home.
We all know it's going to be a wonderful journey. Who's next?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now it's a great honor to welcome the President of the European Chess Union, Mr. Zurab Azmaiparishvili.
Distinguished Mayor of the City of Katowice, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the European Chess Union, it's my great honor to welcome you to the opening of the European Individual Chess Championship here in Chess City, Katowice. I'm confident that today and for the next 11 playing days, those sports will host not only opponents but also like-minded individuals united by a shared passion for intellect, strategy, and fair play. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers and first of all to the Polish Chess Federation, which led by Radoslav Jedinek, and of course Silesian Chess Federation and main organizer and also my friend Lucas Turley. I also extend my thanks to the sponsors, to chess enthusiasts, to volunteers, and everyone who made this championship possible. Thanks to you, the European chess community continues to grow stronger and more united. Dear participants, may this championship be not only a battleground for the victory, but also a place for new connections, inspiration, and personal achievement. Play boldly, respect your opponents, and enjoy every game. I wish all the best of luck, fair play, and brilliant achievements. I hereby declare the European Championship Katowice open, and of course issue motto: play chess, chess makes you smarter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those inspiring words. I would like to invite Mr. Adam Mokrysz, the president of Mokata, to the stage. So, it's obvious. Chess combine generation. Chess make us close. CEO Mokata, Adam Mokrysz, on the stage, please.
Szanowni Państwo, 25 lat temu postanowiliśmy jako rodzina i firma podzielić się naszą osobistą pasją, podzielić się szachami, żeby promować je i żeby mogły się rozwijać nie tylko w Polsce, ale również międzynarodowo. Mamy przyjemność od tych 25 lat jako rodzina i firma, ja jako trzecie pokolenie szachistów, rozwijać szachy, uczestnicząc w największych imprezach i eventach w Polsce i w Europie. Szachy przeżywają renesans i aż tak miło popatrzeć, że przez te wszystkie lata dopracowaliśmy wspaniały system rozwoju szachów, nie tylko w Polsce, przez fantastyczne współdziałanie samorządu, środowiska szachowego, świata ludzi, biznesu, budując prawdziwą koalicję i będąc konsekwentni doprowadziliśmy do tego, że turnieje, największe turnieje ze wspaniałymi zawodnikami się nakładają terminy i musimy szukać i z dużym wyprzedzeniem planować, żeby wszyscy mogli się cieszyć i uczestniczyć, będąc dobrymi szachistami w tych wielkich wydarzeniach szachowych. Bardzo cieszę się i wierzę, że jeżeli wszyscy będziemy dalej dzielić się tak wspaniałą pasją, jaką są szachy, będzie to jedna z głównych gier nie tylko w Polsce i w Europie, ale i na świecie. Jestem szczęśliwy i zadowolony, że ze wspaniałymi ludźmi przez te 25 lat możemy budować szachy i rozwijać je. Dlaczego? Dlatego, że chcemy być coraz lepsi. Chcemy być coraz lepsi każdego dnia, rozwijać się i budować na pokolenia, łącząc pokolenia przez pokolenia. Więc życzę wszystkim dużo wygranych, świetnych partii, a przede wszystkim dalszej pasji do rozwoju tej dyscypliny w Polsce i na świecie. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you, Mr. President, for sharing passion for 25 years. Thank you very much. All right, so now I would like to invite here the Secretary General of FIDE, Łukasz Turlej.
Wielkie brawa. Off the record to jeden ze sprawców tego całego zamieszania właśnie tu w Katowicach.
Dear Mr. Mayor, dear President, dear participants, I would like to warmly welcome you in Katowice, in the European capital of chess, for this week's. Katowice is a perfect place where the local authorities, chess people, business are working together, bringing amazing results. This is record-breaking European championships with over 500 participants and over 100 grandmasters. We are very thankful that you answered positively to our invitation, and I'm hoping that you will be coming back to Katowice in next years. The city is not only about the professional events. We have very strong chess and school program, thanks to very good cooperation. We have a lot of amateur events, and kids events are for 1,000 or 1,500 players. So I am sure that in very near future, Katowice will host the Chess Olympiad, for which we would like to invite you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this important words. Following this, please welcome on the stage the president of the Polish Chess Federation, Mr. Radosław Jedynak.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, friends of chess, I am very proud that I can stay here during European Chess Championship in Katowice 2026 in the centenary of founding Polish Chess Federation. I believe this will be a remarkable moment for us, for Polish Chess Federation, and for the future and for further develop of our organization and in general chess in Poland.
Różne. Pomiędzy
Well,
głowami
from this moment I would like to wish you inspiring games, fair competition, great moments spent in Katowice, and of course, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now, I would like to invite the President of the Silesian Chess Association Federation, Michał Paździora.
Szanowni Państwo, drodzy zaproszeni goście, panowie prezydenci, drodzy uczestnicy, bardzo cieszymy się, że po raz kolejny możemy organizować wielką, wspaniałą imprezę w Katowicach. Mamy rekordową frekwencję w wirtualnych mistrzostwach Europy w szachach klasycznych. Do tej pory organizowaliśmy szachy szybkie, błyskawiczne. Teraz czas na bardzo długie wydarzenie, prawie dwutygodniowe. Cieszymy się, że jesteście, że nam zaufaliście. Dziękujemy wszystkim naszym partnerom, sponsorom za to, że dzięki Wam możemy robić wspaniałe tutaj wydarzenia. Życzę wszystkim zawodnikom oczywiście powodzenia i miłego pobytu w Katowicach. Niech to będzie dla Was po prostu dobry czas. Dziękuję bardzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for has arrived. In a ceremonial act, the mayor of Katowice, Mr. Marcin Krupa, officially opened the European Individual Chess Championship. So, Mr. President, it's your time. Czas najwyższy, Szanowni Państwo, abyśmy oficjalnie otworzyli indywidualne Mistrzostwa Europy w szachach. Prezydent Katowic Marcin Krupa.
So is it the time, ladies and gentlemen, and friends, I declare the European Individual Chess Championship in Katowice open. I wish the best and finger crossed.
Of course, that's all. The mayor of Katowice, Mr. Marcin Krupa, will now proceed the first board to make the ceremonial opening move. So, are you ready? Mr. President, please. Once more greetings go to our partners and sponsors. PZU, Mokate, Adam Mokrysz, Maciej Strugała, CEO of Enfi, Katarzyna Gawik, the board member of Superbet, Janusz Szymura, the president of Record Company, Paweł Kuch, the president of Vasco, Wojciech Zawadzki from Probit. Dziękujemy bardzo serdecznie naszym sponsorom. Powtórzę, firmie PZU, firmie Mokate, firmie Enfi, a także Record Company, Vasco, Probit, Veolia. Dziękujemy za to, że pomogliście zorganizować ten wyjątkowy turniej w samym sercu Katowic, za to, że wspieracie szachy nie tylko tu i teraz, ale zawsze.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our wind orchestra of the City of Katowice and folk group Ściernianeczki for this beautiful musical setting. Thank you very much. So, we wish all of you all the best, inspiring games, and we can say that
Good luck,
yes, of
good
course.
night, welcome in Katowice. Let the game begin.
Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, zanim zaczniemy, ja poproszę jeszcze o światło turniejowe, czyli o zmianę aranżacji świetlnej, wyłączenie reflektorów i włączenie głównego oświetlenia. Musimy zacząć przy właściwym świetle. We are waiting for the light correction, so we will start very soon.
Poprosimy o światła, tak aby największe gwiazdy szachów były widoczne i będziemy oficjalnie rozpoczynali turniej indywidualne Mistrzostwa Europy w szachach. Cieszymy się, że tu jesteście i zaczynamy tą niebywałą rywalizację. Good luck!
W imieniu zespołu sędziowskiego życzę wszystkim zawodnikom powodzenia. I wish you good luck.
Hello everyone, greetings from Katowice, Poland. I'm Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic from Croatia, and I'm combined with my co-commentator Anna Maja Kazarian. Anna Maja, welcome. We are following European Individual Chess Championship. Super interesting event, 500 players, many grandmasters, many young players, women players. So we will see a lot of action in the next 2 weeks. Anna Maja, are you excited?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Aloise. Today is the start of the European Individual Chess Championship, and I'm so excited to be commentating this event together with you. What makes this event so special is that everyone from Europe can participate. And in the very first round, we will see very big rating differences, which will show us probably a lot of exciting fights and perhaps some interesting results.
Yeah, we'll try to give you the most interesting moments from the games, but also from the playing venue. You can subscribe to the ECU YouTube channel. You can follow us on social networks. We have famous chess person, my dear colleague, our dear colleague, WGM Keti Tsatsalaishvili. She will also comment a little bit some moments, give you some nice insights, have some guests. So it will be very, very nice to follow. So stay with us, follow the tournament. We do have a free day, and not only a one, we have two.
We do. We have the first round today, and every single day the round starts at 3 p.m. local time. And we have 2 rest days on the 11th of April as well as the 17th of April. So the players got a lot of rest in the tournament, which can be quite important as the tournament has 11 rounds.
Yeah, we will also try to explain how nice this stadium, this venue is. It's brand new, only like 1 or 2 years old. There is a nice, really like nice playing hall now. You could see it on the camera as well. I think that players are having perfect conditions.
Absolutely. It's a very nice playing venue. A lot of players. We have a record of the European Individual Championship of more than 500 participants playing in a tournament, 501 to be precise.
Yeah, Poland is known as a chess country with so many players. It's not the first European event. There are many events around the year, but also previously, historically, European Rapid and Bliss Championship, always supermassive, more than 1,000 players. Opening ceremony was very nice. You could see it yourself. And I believe that this support of the country, plus of the region, together with all the efforts of important people around here, might lead to the things which were mentioned by FIDE Secretary General Lukáš Turley, that they might host even an Olympiad here.
Ooh, that would be very exciting. The players are not playing for nothing here. There is a huge prize fund of 100,000 euros that will be divided, and with the first place going home with 20,000 euros. So a lot of prizes to be won here, as well as the World Cup qualification. There will be 20 players that qualify for the World Cup, which is a very important tournament. So that's why we see so many grandmasters playing in this tournament.
Yeah, we could see one. It's Suleymanli Aydin from Azerbaijan, but we have Kovalenko, our first seed. He comes from Ukraine. Just to remind you that in 2025 at the European Team Championship in Batumi, Georgia, Ukraine has clinched the gold medal, Kovalenko being the top scorer. On third and second board, a fabulous player who, according to the known circumstances, needed to skip his, I would say, best times, but fortunately, because of the Russian invasion, he was not able to play for many years. So we are so happy to see him back, being the first seed, but also other players. It will be, I believe, very, very close race. We can see now Warmerdam from Netherlands. Right behind is the arbiter from North Macedonia, Agim Shemsiu. There are so many arbiters because plenty of players.
Yes, it's very important that the fair play checks are held. Before the players enter, there are fair play checks. And yeah, are making sure that the tournament is, of course, happening safely.
Yeah, I agree. Let's do some stroll around the playing hall. We have plenty of cameras. So now you could see Varmerdam. Right behind him is Korobov. We can maybe change the angle to check other cameras as well. We have plenty. European chess TV guys are here to give us, to provide us this user experience, a memorable one, I would say. So Suleimanli, he's playing against Israeli player David Anton, just stood up, he's walking. You could also see that we have this major podium with 5 players, if I'm not mistaken, and then there are rows. Plenty. It's not like Renke. It's not like 3,000 players, but still it is huge group. 100 grandmasters.
Exactly, and there's a lot of players from different levels. As you mentioned in Grenke, there is a rating floor, but here in the European Individual, anyone from Europe can participate, and there is even 1600s playing today, and that makes this event so exciting because you never know what can happen. The rating differences are quite large, and we might see some surprising results today.
Yeah, I saw Ivanchuk here. Now you could see, I don't know, if I'm not mistaken, Gledura is here, Demchenko is here, but also some like fabulous persons who are not in their prime now. I saw, for example, Oleg Romanishin. He was world number 11. In late or beginning of 90s, he was super strong. So you would see like many new stars, newcomers, but also a legendary player. Now we have some games, developed in a opening phase. So maybe it's a moment that we check the moves. So on the first board, so let's bring the board, so let's analyze the games a bit. Let's bring the board. So this is Kovalenko versus Spikens from Latvia. Kovalenko representing Ukraine, d4, knight f6. Kovalenko is a player who likes to set up a fight, to avoid sometimes the main lines, but for him it's very important that he can maneuver, that he can get winning chances. So usually he tends to avoid symmetry. e6, g3, quite a popular line without c4, but now black can exploit this by playing b5, which actually has happened. Bishop g2, bishop b7, castles, c5. This was played a lot by Vladimir Kravnik and some others. As I said, white has postponed this c4 and this won't happen, but white can undermine black's queenside pawn chain. Quite a normal way, and I would just like to point out that in contemporary times, this bishop fianchetto is something which gives long-term chances for a win. So Kovalenko, being a first seed and playing, long, I would say, like long term game, he will attract a lot of interest. People like to check first games. How about you, Anna? So you are playing quite often these days?
Correct.
Would
yes.
you like? How is your? Would you like to tell us more about your routine while playing? Do you stand up a lot? Do you check some other games?
I really like to sit at the board and focus because I notice every time that I stand up, I tend to lose my concentration. So I try to sit at board as much as possible to keep my concentration intact. But sometimes what happens is when I sit at the board for too long, I still wander around with my thoughts, but at least I focus on the board as much as possible. It's very important. Focus is very important, and you see also Kovalenko also sitting down at the board for the very first moves. But there are some players that really like to walk around, as you can see in the playing hall. Many players walking around at the beginning. Some have the preparation of board, and their opponent is spending some time, and they don't have to think much about the game right now. And it's good to be in shape because the players might be sitting for a long time at the board. But personally, I prefer to sit at the board and I will walk around after the game.
Okay, that's cool. I know that some players, as you mentioned, like to walk a lot. You have, for example, Giri. He tends to, walk after each move.
I know all about it.
Yes, Santos Jaime Latassa. He is here after each move. He stands up. As I mentioned, Giri, what's your opinion, Amaya, regarding this tournament clashes with candidates? This is the reason why we don't have last year winner, Matthias Blubam. Will this overshadow, or it will be an added value because we have chess days this month?
Of course, it's unfortunate because we'd like to see those top players compete in our tournament as well. But exactly, I think it will contribute to our tournament, and since there are more eyes on chess altogether, it should also bring more eyes to this tournament where also very strong players are participating. And what I also really like about this tournament is that there's a lot of strong women playing here. There's a lot of strong local talents from Poland. The Polish women's champion, Olivia Kielbasa, is playing, and a lot of talents from all around Europe are playing. We see on board 3.
This is Pidubla Bozena from Ukraine.
From Ukraine, yes.
I think that Ukraine clinched a silver medal at the European teams, if I'm not mistaken, but she was sort of a newcomer for the team and performed quite well on fourth board. So Bozena is a player who is ready there to improve. Yeah, Bogdan Deak, he's a player who will always stand up after each move. So let's check second board, where we have Anton Hihara David versus Balai Aravanandant and Aravamudan, and this is Rook E8 non-staff, where Bishop is getting ready to come back to F8, but also is possible to prepare taking on C4, to push E5 at some point, or just to wait and see. Usually players with the black pieces who are higher rated, they like to play Nimzo Indian, they like to have chances to get a non-standard, non-symmetrical position. So I think it's a good choice for a white.
What are White's ideas in this position?
For a black player. So White's idea is to castle, to come up with the knight, maybe to G3 first, maybe to chase the bishop. If bishop takes on C3, then there is no doubling the pawn here, and White can slowly start coming out with the pieces, maybe hoping for E4 to come. Usually knight on E3 is a little bit better placed if you want to control the center, but this knight on E2 allows F3, E4, although after knight G3 then there are H5, H4 ideas. It's very complex and in hands of some players like Ivan Sokolov, like, I don't know who was playing Nimzo Indian of this kind. It's, I don't know, even Korchnoi, and it's something they feel much better than maybe others, so they know how to create dynamics. I think it's a good choice for black, but also white shouldn't be too worried. So, castles. So Balai is going for castle, and it's David's turn to decide either to play this waiting game, maybe even to push, I don't know, A5 or something, or to take on C4. Sometimes possible also to go C5 immediately. Plenty of options for the black player. Let's switch to the next game, where Bogdan Deak is playing versus Bozena Pidubna.
It's a bit of an unusual position.
Yeah, this is this C4, knight F6, G3 again. As you can see, players with the white pieces in first round, they like to go for fianchetto, because fianchetto, it means that it will give you long-term chances and also avoid some symmetrical position. So E5, known stuff. C4, now white can push D4 immediately, but white can also play this line, which is super popular. Plenty of options for both sides, and this is quite topical.
Is it a downside that white is not really controlling the center?
Yeah, but white is hoping that he will push d3 in some stage and
To
undermine
break.
that center and come out with the pieces. But it's also very concrete. Now, knight c2, knight b3, usually they retreat the knight. e3 is not something you want to do. Knight f5 allows d5 with the tempo. So white needs to decide where to place his piece. Deac, a well-known player, playing in Grand Chess Tour events, being Romanian. Romanians are quite active. They have many tournaments, and Deac, if I'm not mistaken, was also playing in Reykjavik Open. Not doing perfectly great, but he's a player who knows how to win medals at the European Championships. So he's a regular, I would say, like podium comer, and very stable. Although I was commentating last year, also some previous year, that he has changed his style. Now he's playing, I would say, like control chess, not hesitating to enter slightly tiny better positions, even against lower rated opponents, while 5 years ago he was going all in with some crazy Najdorfs. Now he's playing technical chess, having like controlled positions, but that takes some time. And you are winning games instead of 25, 30 moves, you're winning in 60, and you are losing energy at some point. It's a long tournament. Let's check Sulen Manli, very entertaining player, super fast in tactics, who is playing versus Eyal Noy from Israel. But this looks like quite a standard position.
It looks quite unpleasant for black because white has so much control, right? I wonder how black will develop their pieces, especially the bishop on c8.
Okay, yeah, the point of this play is that black has conquered some space on the queen side, and he's counting that at some point this space advantage a little bit will start to tell. We can also check with the camera that board, so it's board number 4, Noy versus Sulen Manli. Yeah, this is board number 1, so we need to switch. Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah, it's quite stable also, quite a stable approach for white.
Yes, white has a lot of space, and I think white is trying to push the pawn to e4 to try to gain more in space and potentially an attack on the king side, whereas black it's unclear where the bishop on c8 is going. Typically in these structures, you want to put the bishop on b7 or a6 to get it more action with the bishop. But for now, it's not so clear, so I'm really curious to see where Aydin will continue developing. But as you mentioned, I think black will try to push the pawns on the queen side to gain more space there. The pawn is already pushed to a4, so what comes to mind is, for example, b5, to continue creating space there, because where else can black really play here, as white is preparing to play the move e4. It seems like both players are, well, so far they have been in their preparation, but now they are starting to spend some time. So I'm curious to see where Aydin will continue playing here.
Yeah, it seems that white is quite happy with the position. How about his opponent? Is Sulen Manli a little bit worried?
I think he seems to be fine. At the board, at least, he seems to be figuring out what to do. Perhaps he's thinking of moving the knight from f6 to put pressure on the bishop on e5, because that bishop on e5 doesn't actually have many squares available, because white has already put the pawn on g3, and now with the bishop on e5, it doesn't have many squares available, so perhaps black can try to play against it.
Okay, of course, black is better player anyway. Aydin can win some equal position, but you know, you're narrowing chances to lose, which is not bad, but also this is a type of the tournament where you need to win many games in a row, and like being safe and I don't know, like getting 7 out of 11 or 7.5, it's not so great.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what is happening in board 5, because White seems to have already a big time advantage there on board 5.
Yeah, let's check it.
This is Shant Sargsyan against Anton Zlatkov. Shant has been playing super quickly so far, and in this position, Zlatkov has been taking his time. Well, so far he's already been spending quite some time. What do we make of this position?
Okay, but this is a bit typical position. So White wants to push e5 at some point, then Black will go knight d7, knight c5. So this is typical thing how Black counter attacks this position. But White can also go with the positional play in b3, bishop b2. This is also something which is quite common. I see Sargsyan walking. So the question is Shant ready to push e5 and then attack on the king side, although this h3 is not in his favor. Usually White is getting some attack.
Yeah, so let's take a look. This. So it seems to me that, as you said, the square e5 is very important. So with Black, you would try to stop the pawn push to e5 as much as possible. So bishop d6 come to mind to play here. But it's interesting to see that Black is not playing this move instantly, because to me it seems like you want to make this move very quickly to develop the pieces, prepare castling, but he's taking his time. I think he has made a move.
Rook e1. Black.
I believe Black made the move.
Okay, yeah.
I don't see it just yet.
We're still waiting for the move. Let's see. Can just
the bishop did not move, so.
No, we don't see the move yet. Yeah.
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7. Okay, this is also typical. When you at some place you want to go c5 and get this central pawn activity. Quite a normal position. Shant is a very classical player and one of the best players here. Let's see how Polish player, just to add that we will have best Polish player each day on board number 6. It's a fixed board, which is the thing to support local players or national players. Polish communities, I believe, very keen to find out about their best performance here. So each day, best Polish player will play on this board. Gumularz, if I'm not mistaken, he's 26
Polish champion.
Yeah.
He just won last week, actually. He won the Polish championship quite convincingly, I believe. So it's great to see him in action in the European individual. Of course, there's a lot of strong Polish players participating here, and we're very excited to see them play here and hopefully perform well.
Yeah, and he's playing this line which got famous from Simon Agdestein, Magnus Carlsen coach, who played it in Norway chess long ago, before it was not even close of being total chess championship. At that time, Simon Agdestein was playing this in a round robin versus top players, and he insisted to play French defense and so many lines. He was even playing queen b6 lines, and also Morozevich, Chinese players. I don't like to play it myself. I cannot say that I hate it, but I like to see the games when there are many games in French defense, because either you see some like deadly attack, deadly assault on Black's king, or you see some masterpiece when in the end game the worst piece, bishop, light square bishop, becomes a monster. How about you? Do you play open games? What's your repertoire, Anna
I'm
Maja?
glad you asked because I actually really like the French defense.
Oh.
So I'm very excited to see this, especially since in the last couple of years so much theory has come out in the French, or especially against the French. So it becomes harder for the players with the black pieces to figure out new ideas, as there's a lot of forcing lines. And I'm really happy to see there's a new idea once again, because it's getting a bit tiring sometimes to face these deep preparation of 20 moves or even more when you're playing the French. You want to have an exciting game, and French is such a imbalanced opening because you're already putting the pawns on light squares, the pawns are on e6 and d5, so your light squared bishop is not quite happy, but once it comes out of the pawn chain, it will change the position very much. So that's why I really like playing the French defense.
There was a witty comment by Alexander Morozevich, fabulous player, former world number 2, that I believe that it doesn't stands the test, but it's quite a cruel comment. Have you seen it?
I don't recall it.
There was a recent comment that you need, if you're playing French defense, that means that you had some trauma or tough childhood.
Oh yeah, I remember this now, yeah.
So hopefully, Anna Maja, that's not the case.
No, it's a very exciting opening. I've experienced with other openings, but this opening just stays the closest to me because it's so exciting and so dynamic. And most of the times, a lot of players, especially at the lower levels, at the amateur levels, they don't really prepare well against the French. Of course, high-rated players know how to deal with it properly, how to play well against it, but there's still a lot of players out there that don't really know how to fight the French. And obviously, if they decide to play the French exchange, then it's a very equal position, and I'm very happy to enter this because then it's simply the better player wins.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's see how David Navarra is playing. I like to check his game. His game's a very entertaining player in the Prague Festival. At Prague Festival, he did a masterpiece. So I suggest that you check that game if you haven't seen it yet. So it was David Navarra with the white pieces versus Nodibor Jakuboyev. Catalan defense, Catalan opening, fabulous, I would say like sequence of 10 or 15 crazy moves, sacrificing queen 1, sacrificing the queen twice, then offering some material for free, and in the end delivering a checkmate. So it was really, really fabulous, and if you ask me, probably top 5 best games.
Wow.
Of the year already. I think it should be in top 5 in the end. So I'm so glad to see David playing again. Today he's playing with the black pieces, and it went by this move order: Caro-Can, C5, sort of French defense, Caro-Can mix, Knight F3, quite popular these days with this C4. The problem is that if you play Caro and White doesn't want to enter the fight all in, that you might get into some, I would say, like narrow chances game for a win. But David is a player who can find resources. And okay, this looks promising. Maybe he will arrange his pieces somehow by pushing a5, coming out with the knight maybe at some point, and hoping to use this 2 bishops advantage.
Yeah, and the pawn on e5 is quite vulnerable. Usually you want to defend that pawn with f4, but with the pawn on f2 pinned now, that may be a little bit difficult. So perhaps black is trying to fight against that pawn.
Okay, so my advice for all the viewers, all the people who are following events, that you should learn openings by finding scenarios, so that you are aware of some games, model games for each side, also failure games. So what is a scenario that white wins, So what would be a model way? What is a scenario that black liquidates a game? So you will know which kind of moves are leading to a massive liquidation and equal position. And the third scenario, what happens? How do you lose a game with the white pieces? And then you start to read the signals before it happens. So what to avoid, where to go, what are the risks. So it's very important that you are familiar with model games. You need to know like 30, 40 scenarios, not just like main moves. There are some players, some people who are just learning top 15, top 20 moves. But here the point is, as I said, that you are aware what is the right way to go, what can go wrong, and how you lose the game.
Great advice.
Yeah. But this is how you collect the knowledge. So model games, so you open your database, your personal database, repertoire database, and you start filling it with the games. So not just like flowers and roses when everything is great, but also to see what are the dangers, where to go wrong, how to lose a game. And then, as I said, you will start doing things before it happens. The main difference between top grandmasters and people on a lower level is they tend to change things before they happen. So it's very important to think in advance to avoid things before it's already late. I'm sometimes giving some comments and some remarks to my students, to my friends. I'm getting a game, and then I don't know, after like 20 moves, it's super complicated position, probably already very dubious, and then but computer or engine tends to find the right moves, and then this player is sort of angry to himself not seeing those moves. But I said, come on, even 2600 player can lose this game. Now it's like it's all in, and who knows what will happen. You should have avoided this by stopping your opponent pawn's push with a4. This is what those top players
Typical
would do
ideas.
before things are going to some kind of crazy territory. There you cannot be hard to yourself, because I can lose this game easily, because I trying to find the logics in this position, I don't see it, and then when there are no logics, and then it's very tough. So it's very important to stop things before it happens. For example, for instance, your opponent play knight g6, then jump somewhere on a knight h4, and then there is a mess. But like player who is thinking in advance about prophylaxis would have taken this knight before. And this is the critical moment, not the one later. So this is actually the piece of advice which I think could help many players. Let's see how Donchenko Alexander is playing. Actually, it's funny thing. So when I landed to Katowice airport, I actually spotted two people in the plane. Okay, there were some young Slovenian grandmasters or IMs, Matjaž Lavrenčić, also Jan Šubelj was there, but I also spotted main fair play officer here, an arbiter, Alexandra Dimitrievich, and also Alexander Donchenko. And then, I asked him, hang on, you were not playing in Grenke? And then he said, no, because it was tricky to come. It was clashing. Last round of Grenke was yesterday evening, and it's not so easy to come here. So he was doing a commentary together with Peter Leko for the 8th round, and then came here. I said, okay, people are joking that, okay, people are thinking you were not in Grenke, probably you were in Cyprus, doing a second job for Bluebaum. But he said, no, I'm not the one who is doing a lot of seconds job. Neither I have a second. So he came here. He's playing. Today I met Alexander Injic, former European champion. He played in Grenke last round.
Oh yeah, that's
and
true.
And he managed to travel in the morning from Frankfurt to Katowice. So it's funny. Yeah, it's funny that some players are like chasing or trying to find a way to come here.
There's a lot of players actually that just got out from a tournament. There was also a tournament happening in Alicante, so some players traveled from that yesterday as well and arrived late at night. So a lot of participants here that just got off the tournament, and it's really nice to see how active all these players are. And let's hope that they have enough energy for the rest of the tournament. As we know, this tournament is 11 rounds long, and every single game can last for so many hours. So you need to have that energy for the rest of the tournament.
How about you, Anna Maja? Do you recall any of your experience, I don't know, like trying to catch some tournament clashes or connected tournaments? Do you have any adventure?
I think I usually try to keep a few days in between, so I use the few days to relax and not have to stress about catching a plane or running around to not miss a flight. But I typically have a few days in between my tournaments, which I then use to completely relax and rest as much as possible, because the tournaments are quite draining. So I would like to take it easy and not have to stress so much, and also retaining my energy.
I recall, it was long ago, I played for Croatia at the Mitropa Cup, Mitropa, Mittel Europa, 10 countries, Germany, France, Italy, Switzerland, Austria, Croatia, Slovenia, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, I think I mentioned all of them. So we were playing this, it was a team event, still it exists, and then I went to Croatian Cup. Next day I needed to play, and then somewhere I think another league. So I played like 9 rounds, 6 rounds, 9 rounds, day by day. So this is the, I would say like the, and also I had some experience. I was announced to play in Kavala in Greece, but I was playing some rapid in France, and it's this chaos system. If I make it through, then I need to take a train. If I lose in, I don't know, quarterfinal, then I can catch the plane. And I managed to go through by eliminating Eduard Romain, so I needed to take train, while my colleague lost and went by plane, and we met in some, I don't know, where was it, in Greece or somewhere. So,
wow.
A lot of pleasant memories, but let's check how this situation is going on. This is a famous line from Drev. So Drev has devoted, Russian Grandmaster has devoted, I don't know, like 60% of his life for Slav defense. He's the biggest expert. I recall some game of Garry Kasparov versus Drev. It was, so he wrote a book about anti-Meran. So here we have this anti-Meran with Queen C2, famous, let's bring the board, famous Anatoly Karpov line, Bishop D3. So let's just bring the board for analysis, and I will show you the moves. So there is Meran, there is anti-Meran, there is Moscow and anti-Moscow line. So Bishop D3 was tested a lot in this toilet gate match. Kramnik versus Topalov with white pieces, with the black pieces. Topalov was insisted on semi-Slav. So semi-Slav is when the pawn is on e6. Kramnik played Bishop D3, but also Topalov was playing with white with the black pieces. Karpov insisted on Queen C2, and also you have this Bishop G5, then Botvinnik line or Moscow line and anti-Moscow line, where Drev was an expert, but at some, I think it was in Moscow, was it at Town Memorial or something, or I think it was Russian Championship, where Garry just showed, and his like superb preparation. I think it lasted to like 35 moves, something like that, even an endgame. He was ready for that kind of endgame. He won the game. So check that game, Kasparov versus Drev. So as I said, Drev has devoted half of his life, although I recall one game of Gajewski, Zhegorz, who is Gukesh coach, second, and there was a game in Dresden 2007, their encounter was in European Championship, where Gajewski also showed some like crazy preparation. I also had some ideas, 25, even more moves. This is that kind of position. So c6, e3, knight d7. The point is that black is waiting. If you go bishop d3, then black will take on c4. Of course, we know this, that taking on c4 is premature. So knight d7 here, it's very important, or before it was common, that bishop goes to d6. Why? Because after, I don't know, bishop d3 castles, and now e4, black needs to be ready to push e5. If after e4 you need to take on c4, let's say like this, and you move the bishop, this is always better for white, this kind of structure. So long term, white has open hands and white can create an attacking possibility. So it's very important the bishop goes to d6. After knight b7, queen c2, bishop d6, and then you have this Shirov-Shabalov famous line played by Mamedyarov, Rapport. I was playing this a lot with the white pieces. But bishop e7 was considered dubious, because now after this bishop d3, e5, bishop d3 and e4, you cannot react with e5. So I'm quite curious to see why white played b3, not bishop d3.
Probably to avoid d takes c4, and it leads to this different line with b5 and
yeah,
a6,
but
c5.
this actually, this considers as a better, because now if you go b4, there is this knight e4 stuff, and c6, it considers that white has benefited there. And as I said, if you go, I don't know, like bishop b7, then e4 is coming and you cannot react with e5. Usually this is how theory goes, but there might be some new events in that line. So that's why white played for b3. Here also the bishop should be in d6. Better is to have bishop on d6 and then come with the queen to e7. The main difference in all those lines is that rooks come on d1 and c1 and pressing black's queen. And for white it's easier. White can find a spot for his queen, while black will have a hard time to find the same thing for himself. Rook a to d1, okay, preparing already rook f to e1, or after knight e5 stuff, f4. This is why rook came from a to d1. They say, stronger player are you, you have bigger vision where your rooks belong, so you would like have a better feeling what will happen, where the action will come later. Yeah, so now sometimes there is this knight e5 stuff, and if you take queen e5, there is this knight d5 trick, and when knight goes to d7, you push f4. Okay, black played h6, which is useful at some point, but here there is a tactics maybe with knight d5. Yeah.
Yep, it seems to work.
Knight d5, queen is hanging, and after queen c2, there is this intermezzo, knight e7, and when king moves, white is a piece up. So rook a to d1, I think this position suits Donchenko style.
Can white already start pushing e4? Is that already
so e4 is also possible, but then takes, I don't know, is there any other move? Sometimes even c5, but I don't believe that c5 is a move. So
you can maybe take and then c5?
Take on e4. This is typical reaction, and now c5. But then white is hoping to push d5 at some stage, not maybe. Then there are some lines even with the sacrifice. So it's a mess. Also, white can play something like traditional, you know, like playing some rook e1 or something. But e4 is not something you want to do, because white is sometimes waiting black to push c5, and then we might get, I don't know, let's say that. Also, there is Alexander Belyavsky idea to play rook e1 and then fianchetto. And then you're waiting for black to push c5, and either we are getting an isolated pawn structure or hanging pawn structure. This is something players tend to do. The point of white play is to, you know, wait a bit and fool around and waiting for black to come up, to be uncertain a bit, not to immediately.
Not to force matters, especially because white is the high-rated player, so you don't want to force exchange already, because you want to give your opponent the opportunity to make a mistake. And if you start to force matters, if you start having exchanges here and there and give your opponent simple moves, it will be easier for the opponent to play. So it would make sense.
I agree. So let's check other game.
I have to jump into game 15 between David Martirosyan against Maxime Lagarde because I think there is a lot happening in this game. It's already a lot of chaos.
Yeah, not to confuse, there is a stronger player, Martirosyan from Armenia, being
Also playing.
2650. Yeah. So here we have Czech Republic or Czechia player. And yeah, Lagarde is an entertaining player, usually player who doesn't hesitate to enter some interesting stuff. This is a Nigel Short trademark, A6. You mentioned, Anna Maya, French defense. Do you play it yourself sidelines or just straightforward?
I've played a lot of different moves, but I believe h6 was not one of them. I have played a lot of c5, knight f6, bishop e7, but h6 is a new line for me because it feels a bit, yeah, you're not really doing much about the center, and knight e2 is a move that it blocks the bishop on c1, so you want to put pressure on the center right away. But I believe that black is trying to start an attack on the king side early with g5, h5, and start pushing those pawns.
Okay, I see
But
that you're an
it's
aggressive
risky.
player. I think it's completely different. The logic is completely
really?
different. So what's the logic behind? I'm not an e4 player, but I know a bit about this. The idea is not to force, but to invite white to go knight f3. And here, in all those lines, for example, knight f6, e5, knight d7, bishop goes to d3, this knight goes to e2, and other knight comes to f3. By playing after h6, knight f3, then I can go knight f6, and if you go e5, knight d7, then this knight will have a hard time to find a spot. So either I wait for you, that you take d5, or after bishop d3, now I can switch to another idea, maybe to go something with c5, or if I'm not mistaken here, there is also something like c6 maybe, threatening knight b4, if I'm not mistaken. Is there any e5 stuff here? I'm not sure. I don't know all the details, but this is something. Morozevich was also playing bishop e7, same thing, inviting white to go knight f3. So this is a sideline, as I said, Nigel Short trademark. Greetings to Nigel. If I'm not mistaken, he's on his way to Thailand, playing a Bangkok tournament. Okay, but the game actually took this.
It took this way, yes.
Yeah. Okay, knight c6. This should be fine, but you are also right. So g5 is the idea.
I've used this move a lot in the French, so that's why it feels natural.
Yeah, black could have played something now, yeah, trying to play on the queen side by playing a5, knight can go to b6, taking with d4, but also this g5 is the idea of showing the attention on the king side. c4.
Wow.
We were thought that when there is an action on the king side, you should react in the center.
It is logical.
Yeah, I agree.
It is remarkable that white is leaving the d4 pawn hanging because black is threatening g4 in order to push the knight away and then win the d4 pawn, but white is simply ignoring all of this and immediately attacking with c4. What do you think about it?
Usually armed with engine is simple, but as you mentioned, for human, it's not so simple. You have now this natural intention to get your king into safety. Probably this won't happen. After c4, this means that you will need to stay with your king in the center. And the thing is, ordinary GMs, 25, 2600, can play on maybe 2800 level, but we cannot play, or even stronger players, they cannot play on this stockfish level of 3500 or 3700. And this is the problem. You can play it in some part of the game, maybe in a symmetrical middle game, or a slightly better end game. I think that Nakamura was mentioning yesterday that he played against Bluebaum and he had a feeling that he's playing against stockfish. Because whatever he does, suddenly instant reply is coming from Bluebaum, which actually gave him some kind of confidence. Okay, I'm playing the best moves, or sort of, because my opponent is not stopping at all. But you can do it for some period of time, but not all the time. So in let's say like this position, I'm not surprised that already black earth and play this knight b6, and something was, what was the tactics?
I guess the problem is that black's king is in the center, so black was forced to take with the pawn, right? Otherwise there's knight e4. So it's just a bad position, no develop, or not good development at least.
So that means that this knight on b6 was a huge mistake, since knight 5 was needed. Now bishop c5 has happened, and white is playing a superb game.
This is a nightmare with the black pieces.
Just making almost the best moves, and it seems that he's having a nice advantage. So
King f8 was actually played, as we see on the camera.
So King f8 has been played.
Because bishop takes g5 was the threat.
Yeah, exactly. Knight f5 springs to mind, and then leaving some doors for the bishop, but probably it's not needed. Also just some natural move like bishop d2, bishop c3, doubling the rooks. This is what I would go for it.
Yeah, it's ironic because black is up the pawn and black has the bishop pair. The bishop on c8 has a lot of space now, but the knights of white are so strong, specifically the knight on d4. So even though black has so much space right now, black is not able to use any of this. And now with the king on f8 and the pawns on g5 and h5, black has no safety for that king. And that's why indeed I think white simply needs to make developing moves and improve the position so that white is ready for the attack. And it will be very difficult for black to defend this.
Let's check the board next to where Vasily Ivanchuk, true legend, is playing with white pieces. Usually this is the way how he plays in simul. So he has a steady advantage, stable positions, and then he just moves around and makes some natural moves. So if you will be playing against Vasily Ivanchuk in simul, beware not ending up in this profile of the position. He's very confident here. Stopped c5, and now he will just move around, and I believe that he's quite happy. Another technical player is Robert Hovhannisyan, and he doesn't mind entering this symmetrical position, but then queen a2 is a threat. It looks that he has already achieved something, because knight d4, it's a huge blunder if I'm not mistaken, because
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4 in the end. So blunder alert here.
So he has
King
to move the
e2, king f1 needed, and now can black just take? Maybe.
At least after rook a1, the pawn on b2 is lost.
Also there is a threat.
Yeah.
Jonas Bjerre in a good shape, and here he's playing with the white pieces, having a stable advantage. I was following him closely at Prague Festival, playing this challenger group. 2 years ago he was on the verge of qualifying. He was so close, but then he lost tiebreak versus Yakuboev. Nodirbek, this year he was not first. Local hero Václav Finek won that tournament and a qualifying spot for the next year to play with those top players, Gukesh, Abdusutorov, Keimer and others. And here Bjerre is just enjoying a stable advantage. I was playing this a lot with black, this Kalashnikov, Laburdone stuff, and long term you're always suffering, but this can help you for some other lines, variations like Najdorf. You know when you're having improved Kalashnikov or you're having a dubious one. Martyrosyan, we mentioned him, versus Slivichka. as you mentioned, there are many women playing here.
Yes, she's a very strong player. I have faced her. I do not recall if I faced her in classical, but at least in rapid and blitz, and she's a very strong player, has improved a lot over the years, and she's now a woman grandmaster. I believe she hasn't won the Polish Women's Championship yet, but she has had really good results, so I'll be really looking forward to see her perform well in this tournament. But in the first round, she's already facing a grandmaster above 2600, Haik Martirosyan, a very big pairing. And in this position, it seems to be balanced, as black is trying to obtain the d5 square, but white has a good development, but it's unclear how to proceed with white. So I'm curious to see how Alicia will continue here, because her pieces are a little bit stuck. The bishop on f4 is not doing much. So what would you play here with white?
Yeah, good question. Really good question. Usually some a3 is needed. Also it looks a bit ugly, but it's sometimes a necessary move, and then go queen c1, because now I cannot do it immediately, probably. So some a3, and then after queen b3 to go queen c1, something like that. That would be my choice, but engine disagrees, although I'm not making some huge mistakes. Regarding Slivichka, just to add that last year European Individual Women Championship happened in Greece, Rhodes Island, and she was playing a fabulous last round game versus Alexandra Matseskaya. I'm not sure if Alexandra is here. She might be, since she's a Polish player. And in that game, that encounter, she pulled a masterpiece with the white pieces. Fantastic move. I won't reveal it fully, so check that game. It's very instructive. It was Sicilian, Rossolimo. While Haik Martirosyan, fantastic player, 27 plus at some point. He dropped some rating, but still very, very strong player. And I believe that he will fight back. He likes to follow football, going to Real Madrid games. And I know that current coach of Noah Football Club, Armenian club, which was performing quite well at, if I'm not mistaken, the European Conference League. Their coach is a vivid chess fan, Sandro Perkovic. So yeah, greetings to all Armenian fans following this broadcast. And it was funny, they were playing against your club compatriots, against Alkmaar from Netherlands. And then he said, first game they won 1-0, and he said before the match, he told me that he will go for Queen's Gambit, and then being solid, trying to counter-attack, and it was 1-0 in Armenia, but then they, I think, lost heavily in Netherlands. Let's check how Edis Gurel. Unfortunately, we don't have Yagis Erdogmus. Yagis is playing a match in Monaco. Usually he is accompanied by Shakma Medyarov at the European Individuals, but Edis Gurel is another promising player, future star, fantastic player, very young, and he's already outplaying his opponent. I'm not sure if Dragan Sholak is here, his coach from Turkey. Maybe they're working from afar, but he's working from afar, helping from distance. But this is typical game of Edis, and typical prep, or I would say understanding of Dragan having this better position and putting some pressure.
I was actually wondering, is it common, since it's my first time here at the European Individual, is it common for the players to have their second with them at this tournament?
Yeah, you would see some players, I don't know, like Borki Predojevic, he's the second of Austrian players. Usually he comes to European Individuals, but this year he's working from distance, so helping some players. Hang on, let me try to think whom I could see regularly. For example, Lucas van Forest. I'm not sure
I saw
is he
him.
playing.
No,
is he
I
playing?
was surprised to see him today at breakfast, but no, he's not playing.
Yeah, so he's acting as a second.
Maybe of
hang on.
Max. Maybe of Max Warmerdam.
Yeah, probably. So it's not uncommon, but of course, when you see Shak Mamedyarov at breakfast and I don't know some dinner, it looks scary that you have that kind of second around. Also, Luke McShane last year, he was acting as a second. So it's not so uncommon that we see like well-known players around.
It goes to show how important this tournament is for the players, because without a coach, well, it's still possible to play, of course, and be well prepared, but once they start having seconds with them at the tournament, that comes with a lot more costs. So they invest a lot in their chess to perform as good as possible.
True. Regarding this setup, this position, this structure, Magnus Carlsen is having a fabulous score. I'm always mentioning this. If you want to check, to learn more about this structure, check his games. Against 2700, he's performing huge plus. Rapids, classicals, understanding this position by heart. And Magnus is the one to follow here. So it looks that Edis is just pressing a lot. Let's see how Anton Demchenko, unfortunately, was it the last year? No, 2 years ago, he needed to leave the tournament after 3 out of 3 due to some health issues with his eyes. Hopefully he's okay now. And he's playing this line, which is usually slightly better for white. Good thing for black is that there is no chances for a kingside assault, since black king is safe enough. So it will be a little bit more positional. But from my experience, this position looks better than it is in practice. Everyone sees this knight on b4 and you're happy about it, but white has some ways how to move around. So it's not so great, but it's normal. Anna, I suggest that we just briefly check our top boards. Has something changed? Kovalenko is playing this mix of Trumpovsky attack and Catalan. Anton Hikaru David is having, now this is sort of mix or Queen's Gambit accepted and Nimzo Indian. Deak, so he played this e3 in the end.
And d3, yeah.
Yeah. Suleimanli, he will need to find a way how to create something. Now it seems that white has managed to get the pool out of the opening. Sargsyan, complicated battle.
Anything can still happen.
Yeah, Gumular's best Polish player. He's going for an attack, and it seems that he's doing this in the right way. He is, just preparing some queenside assault and surrender his bishop.
Yes, and white has no attack, so.
David Navara getting into an endgame, which is slight plus for black, but it won't be so simple. And just to conclude, Demchenko is playing this waiting game we were mentioning. I believe it's a moment that we go for a short break, and we will come back soon. And welcome back. I'm Grandmaster Lozej Jankovic and my dear co-commentator Anna Kazarian, and we are following European Individual Championship. Games are getting, I would say, to more complicated phase. We do have already some interesting moments. By the way, Anna, what do you expect? How many upsets we will see today?
I think we will see quite a lot of upsets. The rating differences are very high, but there's also a lot of underrated players. There's players fighting for norms, and this is the perfect tournament to be fighting for norms, especially because it's 11 rounds, and there's a lot of strong grandmasters playing in this tournament. We see the view of the playing hall. We have over 500 players participating here, and I'm very excited to see what surprising results we will see today. And actually, we already have one result already.
Yeah, which board?
Board 15. As we were talking about this game earlier, White was having a winning advantage, but after the move G4, Black offered a draw and it was accepted.
Yeah, let's bring the board. So after King F8 and Bishop D2, the move we mentioned, G4, and now we have this, I don't know, like very important psychological moment. Are you taking a draw against 26 plus rated player, or you see this as a lifetime possibility to win against the top gun?
Good question. It's very difficult to make a good choice here. I have definitely been in the same position where I'm playing a much higher rated player, and I'm very okay with the draw. I'm in a slightly better position, but I'll take the draw. But I think after playing many tournaments in the past couple of years, I've started to come to the conclusion that I just want to keep fighting, and I started to avoid taking draws. I'm not offering draws. I accept draws very less often. So it's a bit difficult to estimate whether I would accept this against 2600, but I think this is a very good position to play on, and your opponent is not offering a draw without reason. Of course, Maxime Lagarde knows he's in trouble, so this is the best chance he has right now to offer the draw. So with that psychological advantage you have that your opponent's offering a draw, it's perhaps good to keep playing and to see what happens, because it's also a good learning lesson. If you don't convert this after all, then you can analyze the game and learn from it. And now the game ended already so quickly, and it's a nice result for White, but I would love to have played on here with White.
Yeah, although, you know, if you play and risk and lose a game, although this one is +3, it's a huge thing, you might end up in that, like, typical routine at the massive events. You're playing against stronger players, and if you lose, then you're playing against lower players. Either the difference is too big, so you need to score one draw or some surprise against stronger player, and then you will get in a normal tournament. You will play against 2400, you will play against 2300, and so on. This way, either you're playing against top players or much weaker player, whom usually you win. So one upset brings you to a normal tournament that you will get like reachable opponents later. So there are some players who are saying, okay, I don't want to be a hero. I just want to make a draw. I will get some rating. I will get some attention anyway. And then next round I might play against a little bit higher opponent, but a normal tournament will happen. Yeah, this is typical psychological question. I was playing my mind by saying if my opponent hasn't offered a draw, then of course I will need to play. So let's just like forget it and then move on.
Yeah.
But yeah, quite an interesting psychological moment, and we already have an upset, and we mentioned this. I asked you, Anna-Maja, what do you expect? And it seems that you were right. There will be plenty.
There will be plenty, and I'm very looking forward to see more of this, as the players are now in the middle game phase. They're spending their time now, they're out of the opening, and we will see a lot of action now. But of course, the time scramble is what we're looking forward to most. So this is just the stage before the time scramble happens, where the middle game plans arise, and players will improve their position or have to play very solid and defensive. So I'm curious to see what will happen here.
It's very tough event. I was trying to recall how many times I played this tournament. So I played it. First time was in Turkey, 2006, Kusadasi. Then I played in Montenegro, 2009, Rijeka, 2010. Then I played in Dresden, 2000. When was it? No, that was 2007. Before, I also played twice in Bulgaria, in Plovdiv. And from my experience, it's really tough tournament. And to keep the momentum, also it's not easy to stay fit till the end of the tournament because, you know, there is a stress. You're out of your comfort zone. Usually it's not some summer, it's like a little bit like either winter or spring period when, you know, there are a lot of viruses around, and this is typical how to find a routine. We will touch this topic a bit later. There are players who like to play paddle, maybe to go for a walk, to have some, nice, maybe even jogging. I know that players like Jonas Bjerre, he's jogging all the time. Grandilius, if I'm not mistaken, he's not here, but he's the one who also does the same. It's very important. It's a long race. Although here we have a record-breaking number of players, which means that you need to score many wins to qualify to the World Cup.
This tournament used to actually have 13 rounds in the past, which then switched back to 11 rounds. So that goes to show it was already even more rounds than it is right now, as 11 rounds is still a lot of games and a lot of things can happen, and also a lot of norms happen in these tournaments, right? How was your experience in the past? What was your favorite experience playing in this tournament?
Yeah, actually I was doing quite well in Dresden. I was sharing 8th place and being only a half a point behind the European champion. So there was a group from 1 to 7th. In Dresden, it was also like a huge event, plus 400 players, almost 200 grandmasters, something like 150.
Wow.
And I played a very good tournament. I know, making draws with Peter Heine, with Tereshchenko, with many strong players, and made it up to the tiebreak. At that time, tiebreak was main criterium, and all players who were sharing the spot, they got into the tiebreak. So I was sharing 8 till maybe 40, and to qualify to World Cup, it was maybe 23 spots like here. And I needed to play against Elyanov. He was 27 plus at that time, and I lost. I lost 1.5 that tiebreak, but I recall that it was really cruel. I needed to qualify to tiebreak to win against 2650 Smirnov with the black pieces, so I won it in Rouser. There are players who are fighting for the title. There are players who are fighting for World Cup spot. There are also players who are fighting for norms. Women players, they are fighting for women prizes. So it's a huge thing. Also veteran, usually Vasily Ivanchuk is the one who is clinching this veteran prize. Let's check how Kovalenko is doing, and Kovalenko is already +3. So it means that he's totally winning. Sometimes he makes things look so easy. Normal game. Oh.
That seemed quite unnecessary to give pawn away on c5.
Yeah, this is a blunder, or I don't get it. Knight c4. Okay, some sequence. And now 2 pawns down maybe after queen c4, which will happen at some point, yeah.
That pawn is not moving anywhere.
Knight is dominated. Curtains. What a smooth win for Kovalenko. This is one of my favorite players. I recall him winning Tournament of Peace, famous tournament in Zagreb. I was one of the organizers. It was revived. First, the tournament was 65. Then in 70, Bobby Fischer won it on his way towards clinching the World Championship title. Then 75, 85. In 80, it was skipped because of Tito president of Yugoslavia, who has passed away at that moment. And it was a famous tournament, and it was revived, and Kovalenko was one of the winners. Previously, it was, I think, Vasily Ivanchuk. So I know how strong he can be. I was actually having this first row experience, and I'm so glad that he's back, and I think that he gives some extra value. Also, one funny fact, he's playing today against a Latvian player, but he was representing Latvia 10 years ago.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, and so the concept of this event is that we are having so many interesting games, so many interesting players, and it's a right moment that our dear colleague, WGM Ketica Salashvili jumps into. Keti, welcome.
Hi guys, welcome everyone to Katowice, Poland. This is the city that I live myself for the last 6 years, so I'm super excited that now all the chess players are here and playing this at this tournament. Aloisia and Amaya, I was observing some of the games you were mentioning, and one of the games that has already finished, Maxime Lagarde, he made a draw in his game. He offered a draw to his opponent and saved his first game. That was a really smart move by him to offer a draw in a worse position. But here I want to just show the game, which is, I think, very exciting for the moment. This is happening between David Gavrilescu, who is one of the top players from Romania, against Polish young and very talented player, Maciej Zalega. This is a name that you probably have not heard, but I'm going to show you the game now. It's actually quite interesting. It's a Sicilian, and here we have this very sharp variation that actually White likes to play, and have this kind of beautiful attack. So I'm going to just pass through, because this is basically pretty much the theory here. And at this moment, we can just assume that White wanted to play f4 here. So Black stopped that happening by g5, but also invited to play g3. Anyway, White wants to play f4 here in this position. And then Knight goes on e5. So now f4 looks even better. So White went for it. And after the trade, now here White goes with this beautiful, very classical knight sacrifice on f5. And I love this move. I don't like it when I play with black pieces to face moves like that, because basically I cannot take it, because now another knight gets into the game, knight to d5, and I just want to show you a very funny line. Now pawn takes the pawn, there's a check on e8, and if knight goes on e7, which is the worst square for this knight in this moment, we do have here little sneaky, funny checkmate on the board. So that was actually the idea for White. That's why this knight on f5 is untouchable for the moment. Here Gavrilescu went for bishop to d7 to bring all the pieces into the game. And now White goes with a bishop to h3, the first line by the engine to support the knight on this diagonal, to support the rooks also to be connected. And here this is the final move for the moment, bishop to c6, which is such a natural move just to get this bishop at the beautiful square. But instead of that, Black could play also fancy move here, and I cannot really escape this moment, but not to show. Black could play here knight to f4. This looks really funny, but after taking on f4, now this is the moment we're not taking the knight on f5, but instead we're playing queen to g5. We're offering queen trade, and basically the point is that after taking on g5, pawn takes on g5, the bishop is hanging on h3, and the knight is also hanging on f5. And a lot of pieces will be traded, and if you are a Sicilian player with black pieces, you know that this is good to go to the end game where the queens are not on the board. You have much more chances to survive and also to win in this end game. So this could be the line that Black could play. I don't have really the information how much time he spent here to play bishop to c6, but you know what? Knight f4 is the move that I have never seen myself, but now I have seen, so I will keep it in my mind. This is one very beautiful game that has been played, and I'm gonna keep the eye on other games because we do have a lot of live games right now. And you guys, let us know in our YouTube chat who is the player you're rooting for, and if there's any game that is interesting, just let us know. I'm keeping my eye on the chat and I'm gonna bring it on our beautiful big board, and yeah, I'm gonna talk about that. So that's it for now. Aloysia and Anna-Maja, back to you.
Thanks, Katy, for that. Yeah, very interesting game. It's not easy to follow so many games simultaneously. This is our board number 50. So that's why we really appreciate your help, Katy. David Gavrilescu, very good player, Romanian champion 2 years ago. He was representing Romania at the European Teams Championship in 25 last year in Batumi, Georgia, performing very well. He was sort of newcomer, but managed to score important victories and not lead, but help for Romania, led by their coach Ivan Sokolov, to very good 5th place. David has experience with top players through Grand Chess Tour, and seems that today he's having a tough time. What do you think, Anna-Maja? Are Polish players underrated?
I think they are. Of course, I have heard of chess players that were super low rated, around 1200, before the floor of 1400 rating was introduced a couple years ago, and they would be playing at around 2000 rating strength. So I think there's a lot of players also playing in this tournament that we should keep an eye on, as they perform much better than their rating. A lot of these players, they play a lot of tournaments in Poland, but they may not play in other tournaments in the world or even in Europe. So they're facing each other, and since they're so strong, of course, the rating is divided between them. But they don't get many opportunities to face stronger players. And this is the perfect tournament for these underrated players to show what they're capable of and how strong they are. So I'm really excited to see Mathieu perform well in this game, as he has a really good position now.
Yeah, usually we tend to say, to be like local patriots, saying that in our country players are underrated, players are much stronger. But I would agree that Polish players are a bit underrated. You have Armenians as well; they are playing very well. Also, some countries outside of Europe. You have Indian players who are capable of winning against much higher rated opponents. But okay, in chess, it's also sometimes about having good pairings. It's good if you win with the black pieces in the first round. You might be regretting why I'm not white, but if you manage to win the next round, you will be white against maybe stronger opponent. So it's always like pros and cons. But here, what is funny, and okay, also Shemek and our team already provided the camera.
Wonderful.
And we could see this moment. Anna-Maja, do you agree with the statement of legendary Garry Kasparov, who said that when the knight lands on f5, the game is over?
It's a typical move, especially in these structures of the Sicilian, that you want to play with knight f5, and I think it's quite applicable, especially in this game, because the knight on f5 is basically untouchable here. It will cause a lot of problems in black's position, and that's why black did not capture knight on f5, the last move. But with the knight on f5, the pawn d6 is under attack now, a lot of pressure on that pawn, and it's difficult for that dark squared bishop on f8 to develop, because the knight is ready to capture that bishop, and without the dark squared bishop, black's position falls apart. So yeah, not so easy for black here.
I think here the point is, okay, I'm not using engine, we are not using engines, so we see the advantage, but we need to figure it out things ourselves. So the point is here that knight on f5 would not take on d6, since this actually frees black's position. Here the point is that knight will stay on f5, and now there is another motive. Actually, famous grandmaster, Serbian grandmaster Dragoljub Velimirovic was the one who was behind this Velimirovic attack in Sicilian, and there were some funny stories from Ivan Sokolov when he started to work with him, being a young grandmaster or late IM. So he would just play knight f5, give him some positions, then play knight f5 and knight d5 in all those positions. So I think here that knight d5 is something which actually begs to be played. And after knight d5, I know this from Rouser, once you touch this e pawn in either direction, e5 or to take somewhere on f5, usually your position just falls apart, because then whole the structure is bad. So I think knight d5 will be played, and then we will have this aesthetical pleasure of two knights on d5 and f5, and I believe this will maybe be the moment of the round.
I agree.
Till
And knight e5 is a typical move in a Sicilian, but together with knight f5, it's even stronger. And it's ironic that black cannot capture the knights without any trouble. So it's really interesting to see that Maciej is able to get this position. And I believe, he has not played knight e5 just yet, but I would expect knight d5 to be played.
Is it the moment for some screenshot? Yeah, I love those knights on f5 and d5.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, so guys, take a screenshot and enjoy this moment. It's so nice to have this kind of position. So in the meantime, we see that Andersen Mats, Danish player, won the game. Here is this thing that his opponent didn't arrive, which is something normal for this kind of number. Also, maybe we will find some other game. So let's check. Let's find something interesting. How is Daniel Darda doing? He is the player to follow. Very entertaining player. One behind the Super Chess European Club Cup win last year, scoring fabulous win against Volodar Murzin with the black pieces. Darda is very entertaining player.
He also finished second place 2 years ago in the European Individual Championship.
Yeah, so he won. Once he won in Serbia, he won bronze, and then in Montenegro he clinched silver.
Yes, correct.
So he's desperately trying to become a champion.
It's time.
Yeah. So I love this position. I think that Dvoretsky would be very happy, and maybe even other trainers saying that this is typical. So I actually press you on your weakness, c6. You cannot get rid of it. And theory says now it's a moment that I found some other territory to attack. Usually it comes by playing on the other wing, and the side who is attacking have open hands in switching from one weakness to another. They say that you should have two weaknesses, but it was funny remark, a few days ago at freestyle championship during Grenke. I think that MVL, he was playing that tournament, and he said, I immediately realized that I have two weaknesses. It was b7 and g7 at the beginning that position came up where he has two weaknesses. So it's funny. Okay, also his opponent has it, but it's funny that you're starting a game with two weaknesses.
Usually you have to fight for it so long to create weaknesses in your opponent's camp, but now you start with two weaknesses.
There is one player who is very entertaining, and he usually starts in all the tournaments I'm following. He starts with positive score and consecutive wins. This is Muradli Muhammad. So he's born number 21. So he's 26th player, and he's always in the first part of the event, either leading or sharing first, or just right behind the leader, and then in the second part of the event, he cracks under the pressure. This is the only reason why he's not 2650 or more. So I'm curious to see how will he start in this event.
It's actually interesting because he is facing Sofia Hryslova, and she is not to be underestimated. I have faced her in European teams, I believe, and she plays very well. And she can perform really well, I think. Like, she might be a good player to keep an eye on. She was originally from Ukraine and has moved to Switzerland. She's representing Switzerland now. And she has been making a lot of progress in the past couple of years. So this is a very interesting pairing. And for now, the position is quite balanced. So it would be interesting to see how this game develops.
Yeah, the thing is that black is a pawn up, but it's a double pawn, and black needs to untangle himself at some point and just get rid of that weakness, an extra pawn, and try to develop. I don't believe that black is in any danger, but black is a bit fooling around, just trying to like show intentions that he might stick to that pawn.
What worries me the most is White's time, because I just realized she has 20 minutes on the clock. With 19 moves to go, it's not the worst, but it's still very worrisome, and anything can still happen in this position. So with this huge time difference, it's a bit concerning for White, to say the least.
Yeah, and board next to, very young player. He's playing versus Maurizi. And Maurizi...
Young player from Czech Republic, Nikita Vilindash. And this is another interesting position. Let's have a look on board 20.
Yeah, very young player, and this is crazy position. But Nikita is under heavy attack. French defense, famous game. Check it yourself. I believe that not maybe all of you, but many of you have seen Judith Polgar documentary, The Chess Queen, and I know that I would love to point out how strong Judith was, and it's not so simple to show it in one documentary movie. There was a focus on her encounters versus Garry Kasparov.
Mm-hmm.
But for example, there was a famous game from White-Kanzi, Judith Polgar versus Ferenc Berkes, her compatriot, French defense, and then some g4 came, because black was defending with g5, trying to fight against h to push g4, but then Judith reacted g4, which looked like counterintuitive, since the bishop was on b7. Fabulous game, and she went like all till the end, sacrifice a rook, splendid one. So check, Judith Polgar versus Ferenc Berkes in French defense. Here, White is taking similar course with h4, launching the attack, going for a long castle, and then knight g5, and playing like nothing has happened. Knight stays on g5, black wants to play bishop a6, and at some point, White will need to bring the rook, or here threatening a checkmate. If you go g6, then knight e6.
And the position falls apart.
Yeah, collecting everything, bringing the rook, this one or that one. My favorite tactical motive, a rook lift. This is what actually, brings smile on my face. I love this. Knight g4 deflection.
Wow.
So this knight was defending this important crucial square. Now deflection. Black cannot take it. Rook e8, trying to run away. This is also quite a common defense, since if you take and penetrate, king runs away, stays completely safe on this square. So here, instead of taking on f6, White is still thinking, right?
Yes.
So this is White needs to opt for something else. So I don't know, like bringing the rook or something else.
Yeah, because the queen and the knights are very well placed, so you want to continue the attack, bring more pieces in, because 3 pieces is clearly not enough.
I believe here that like many moves are maybe winning, maybe even knight f7, but okay, this is like just leading for an equal position, but my feeling would say that this is also super unpleasant, because my queen will penetrate, then my bishop will come at some point. Okay, I'm just drawing some lines without background. We have a move. So he took. Was that the line?
I think the knight is still on f6, so I believe white is still thinking
no,
here.
that was just analysis.
Yeah. It's interesting because it doesn't feel like black did much wrong in this game, but despite making normal moves in the French, white is still in the winning position. Black is actually suffering here, which is quite a surprise, and that goes to show you have to be really careful when you play the French, especially against a high-rated player like Marc-Andrea Maurizi. And yeah, he found a really nice variation to generate an attack on the king side. And yeah, the best that black has is to try to survive. And this maneuver that you just showed where the king is escaping is quite a typical way to defend, as white needs more pieces. And it's good to note that since white doesn't have the dark squared bishop anymore, that is an attacker that is necessary for white, but not in the position anymore. So it might help black here, but for now, black is in danger. And I wonder what white will play here, as yeah, the knights are very well placed. So you need to bring in the pieces in the attack. But if you are too slow, then maybe black has a chance to come back and develop the pieces in time. So perhaps this is a good moment to think of a good idea to proceed with the attack.
I agree fully. This is a splendid position for Maurizi, yeah, because he's like leading the attack and so many tactical opportunities. I think he will find a way to navigate.
Yeah. Also, bishop a6 is a move that he needs to keep in mind. It might be slightly unpleasant for the queen on d3 because that queen is very well placed. So yeah, Maurizi has enough time to figure it out. So I think let's leave him to that and move on to another board.
I agree. So where to go? What to check?
Good question.
How is Ingi doing? He was the European champion 2 years ago. Fantastic player, very entertaining. Unfortunately, he cannot make a breakthrough closer to 2700, but he's playing so many tournaments, he's risking his rating, working with Alexander Morozovich, which of course helps him in. He's a very creative player, but to get even more ideas, here he's just a pawn up, and it seems that he's just navigating towards the victory. So here, Alapin or Sveshnikov Sicilian, delayed one after knight f3, but quite known. Knight b6, e6 is something I do. So here, knight b6 was played, also quite a normal line. Queen d6, now knight a3 is possible to play, and something else. So like castle, it happened. Bishop e6, the main line. cd4. Knight d4 is the main move, but cd4 also possible. And he got into slightly better isolated pawn structure position. Usually when the dynamics is gone, black can just claim the advantage, and here slowly he managed to outplay, but hang on.
This was a calculated sacrifice.
Maybe bishop a7 is not the right move. Now I'm thinking. So you cannot take on c3 because rook d8 and then a fork.
So what about c4?
c4. Yeah, I don't
Because
get it.
knight takes e3 is also not possible.
So knight e3, rook c7, rook d8, king d8, knight f7, king goes to e7, knight h8, and maybe here something was missed. I don't know, let's say taking on c4, and I understand white. For engine it's very simple, but for human you see those pawns rolling, and your knight cannot come out for I don't know, like 5 moves,
if not more.
Yeah. So you see, with the engine it's so simple, but for human, and in chess, it's also important, to risk a bit, to bluff a bit. I'm not surprised that Gustavo didn't go for it. By the way, he's a very young player. He's playing usually European Youth Championships. One of the players who is always like creating chances. There was a great win in the European Youth Championship last year in Budva, Montenegro. First round, he just crashed his opponent in a masterpiece in this Alp in Sicilian. So I recall now the game. So Alexander came very prepared and managed to steer the game into calm waters. But in that first round, I'm trying to recall against whom was that game. He crashed 24-50 player or something like that in the first round or second round, something like that. But it was really like a masterpiece.
Against Diego Matias.
Yes, he crashed, I think, first seed, 2500 rated player from Spain. He just crashed him in Sicilian. It was a masterpiece.
Wow.
So I recall that he's a very talented player. If the dynamical position arises, he's really strong there.
Yeah, and he has gained quite a couple of hundred points of ELO in the past couple of years, so he's on the rise, and we're looking forward to see him perform well in this tournament as well.
Yeah, he's something like 19 years old or 18, and in this big group of players, it's not simple to keep an eye on everyone. So now I spotted who is Alexander's opponent. How about Gabriel Sargsyan? Okay, now we can see the camera. We can go even full screen that you see how the playing hall is doing. A lot of players. I see Peter Ach. He was World Junior Champion. Also fabulous win in Vaikanzi versus Lukman Valley. Check that game. Nimcu Indian. Fabulous motive. Knight G4, Knight H2, Knight F3 stuff. Check that game. I see Václav Finek. You see him now. Our bottom right corner. Next year he will play in Prague Festival versus Gukesh, Abdus Sutorov, and all those top players. He's very calm in defending. We see also I spotted Turkey players from Turkey, players walking around.
This is the time to walk around, either because you have a winning position and you feel confident, or because this is the moment that your opponent spends a lot of time, so you want to walk around for a little bit.
Yeah, we will try to provide you with many angles, many people I believe that you want to see your familiar players' faces.
I see Mainarva there from Estonia. She's a very strong player on her way to become Grandmaster. She has had a really good year as well, so looking forward to her games as well.
Players are very focused.
It's good to see.
Yeah, very nice to see. I like this combination of young players, but also we have very mature players, experienced players. $500 players, that's a lot.
It's a lot. And we have all of the games live, which is amazing because the team spent all night to set up the whole venue with all the live boards, 250 live boards, all going live at the same time, which is incredible. It's crazy how much technology is able to handle because this is a lot.
Yeah, I don't know how many meters of cables. Just last night I was here, I came to the playing hall, so it's a big stadium. Maybe we can check how many fans can watch the game. I think it's like 20,000 maybe more, I don't know. So Katowice Stadium, and this is inside playing hall.
So about 15,000.
Okay, 15,000. So from this angle, there is a VIP area. There is an area where you can enter the stadium, and this is a playing hall inside the stadium. Yesterday there was a volleyball match, and the whole playing hall was set up for volleyball. And actually, I even play a little bit.
Oh, really?
yeah, having some fun. And then first all those like volunteers, organizers came with the tables and everything, and only after that our dear broadcast team came with the equipment. So it's a huge thing. I see Sahidi Samir from Slovakia just stood up. So many, faces, games, crazy.
Yeah, and so many strong players, and you have some of the 2,500, 2,600 grandmasters around board 50, 40. Usually you see those players at the top of open tournaments, but here there's so many grandmasters playing that you might see one of your favorites around board 50 or 40 or 30.
Yeah, I just saw Lopez, the grandmaster. It's a funny thing, Also, what is important to praise that all the players are playing in one playing hall. Usually, it's not common, and you have like more playing halls, and then this feeling when you are either an amateur and you cannot play next to top players, you cannot see the action, or you are a top player who is playing who is having a bad tournament, and suddenly he needs to go to room number 2 or number 3. I recall in Plovdiv in Bulgaria, suddenly I'm going to like room number 3 and I see Belyavsky there. I see after like 7 rounds they're having a horrible tournament. So here it's more, I would say, enjoyable for players. By the way, I see European Blitz champion from Lithuania. You can see him now on the right. European Blitz champion from Kosovo.
Wow.
So many players. It's not even easy to find them all. So huge thing. How about you? What is your favorite player to follow?
We actually see one of my favorite players on the screen, just below Kacper Piorun.
This is
he's a good friend of mine.
If I'm not mistaken, Paulus, and you mentioned Piorun.
He's a good friend of mine. So
board
puzzle solving champion. Yes,
champion.
6-time puzzle solving champion, and he also has won the Polish championship twice. He's a very strong player, and he actually came from the tournament in Alicante last night. So right after one tournament, he is playing another tournament here in Katowice. And he is currently playing with the white pieces against what seems to be a young player.
Vasil Ivanchuk was playing that tournament in Alicante, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I played in Benidorm. Benidorm is close to Alicante. I played that, and I was actually flying to Alicante. Very nice player. I see David Anton from Spain. Korobov is also here. Very interesting player to follow. So let's check the games. Let's go back with the board and let's see, is Kovalenko finishing his game? He seems so. So after, rook d8, 95, rook d8, knight d7.
Wow, classy move.
Yeah, he's heading towards c5. This is interesting because if you go rook d8, knight c5, rook d1, rook d1, and having this checkmating threat means that you need to go to c8, to c6, rook d8, knight e8, and now like many
B5?
moves, but b5 probably just.
Knight takes b7 is maybe more
Yeah, but
precise.
this is also good because this leads to a winning position. It's now,
Wow.
point game or something is just dead lost, and I'm also preparing to push a5. Very nice details. And Kovalenko is about to win this game. He's searching for a killer. Usually when you cannot win the game immediately, you bring the pieces. But Kovalenko is probably what, knight c5?
It would make sense and try to pick up the bishop on b7, but seems like white is not able to capture just yet. Black is still holding on there.
I'm curious, is rook d1 winning, but then queen a4 coming. Yeah, don't want to allow this, but I would say that maybe even this move, but it's of course not necessary.
What if you prepare it? Knight c5, queen c6, and then rook d1?
Yeah. This kind of things.
His bishop on b7 is not going anywhere.
Yeah, following your footsteps, I believe that knight c5.
Yes, I believe it was played. And queen c6 is on the board. Feels like he's looking at b5 for some reason. Like he's looking at the pawns on the queen side, I think.
Nice moment. So if you go b5, queen b6. He played it rook d1 or not?
No, that was our analysis.
So b5, queen b6, knight d7, queen goes to a5, probably.
I think he played rook d1 actually.
Yeah.
Rook d1 is on the board. Preparing rook d6, asking the queen what to do because the queen is the only piece defending the bishop on b7, so after rook d6 the bishop on b7 would be lost. But of course bishop a8 can be played and you can try to hold on, but it's a miserable position for black. Queen e8 has been played, I believe. Was that queen e8 or knight e8 actually? We see the moves on the camera, but they're not updating on our board yet. And now rook d7 looks good.
Yeah.
I think his opponent knows that he's in trouble. Yeah, this game can be over any moment.
I see Eduardo Iturizaga. Also very interesting player, great blitz player.
We have a result actually on board 6.
Okay, let's check it.
Yes, current Polish champion has won.
Was played here, you were right.
Okay.
So Gumularts just won the game. We were discussing here his attacking options. So around here, so he managed to exchange light square bishops, bring his rook to c8, knight landed to e4. Looks like a model game from black, and knight c3.
Beautiful move.
Yep. It's not a royal fork, but it's a nice one. Takes, if he goes king a1, of course he can recover on d2, and this is just c takes d2, but maybe there is a better move, like something like rook b4 first, and then maybe heading towards the a file. For example, I don't know, like queen d3. Can I? Okay, now I can take, and I can take on f4 as well, probably. Yeah, no need to. Now taking on d2 probably just enough. So he went for knight b3, and after knight b3, queen e7.
Heading towards a3 to threaten mate.
Queen a4 to stop it.
Wow.
Very cool. Just rook a8, ignoring everything, coming to c4, and then probably rook a4.
And
Knight
it was lights
c1.
out.
Yep, and the rook b4.
Wow.
Splendid. Big kudos.
Very
to
nice
Simon,
game,
yeah.
especially because white is up a piece, but black was so confident with the two rooks and queen attacking that it was enough and resulting in a very nice win.
Yeah, if the queen moves somewhere, takes and checkmate, that means that you need to take, and then pawn takes. Or I can take on b4. I was thinking, is there anything better? And this
There are so many different checkmates in the position.
true. Classy win for Gumularts. Yeah. How about our second board where we have Anton Hiharo David? He's under some pressure, although his opponent is spending a lot of time.
Yeah, the game has not advanced too much, but I'm guessing it's because white has spent so much time, already down to 11 minutes. That is quite troublesome for white, even though white has a pretty good position here, but in this position I think anything can still happen, so I would be worried about white's clock here.
Moroni is checking the game, Italian Grandmaster. Yeah, not so simple for David, although he has this style that he's playing sometimes similar profile of the games against 2700 and against 2300. Korobo is the player who is walking a lot. And just saw him moving around. So here everything is connected with c5.
That's the main idea of black.
So at the moment it's more about black faking that he will go for c5, but he's not going there. And if white manages to stop this pawn push with some measures like bishop a5, rook c1, it won't be so simple. I'm not sure how this game will develop. Although white was spending a lot of time. Okay, he's not certain he's playing against Grandmaster, top level Grandmaster. So he needs to, to fight those inner demons.
Demons, yes.
Yeah.
Would you play c5 here with black, or is that too early?
But then we are getting to this isolated pawn structure.
Yeah.
Which is also possible if you go c5, but then taking on d5, taking on c5 maybe. Something like this, taking with the knight. And then, I don't know, stuff like that. And it looks like a draw. But then, of course, black can try to squeeze him in this position, but white is super safe. Let's check how Deak is doing against Pidubna. Deak seems to be cruising towards the victory. We can feel this X-ray and motifs with rook a6 coming. So this looks quite tough for Bozena. We were commenting Suleimanli that his opening choice might not be perfect.
He seems to have recovered.
He managed to create a mess. Let's see how. Everything looks normal. Oh.
Except that move.
So bishop f4. So he was afraid of g5?
Possibly, but g5 is weakening the king side a lot of black.
Something worried white because giving this bishop on e5. Maybe he was thinking that now if I take, I'm having, although even this position is slightly better for black. So here, c5 was missed, and Yeah,
Now still G5 is played.
Yeah, now G5 is coming as improved version.
And suddenly Suleimanli is taking over in this game. Now his knight on G4 is actually active. The bishop on B5 is also a very nice piece. So, yeah, suddenly white is in trouble.
True. Here, the next board, Shant is healthy pawn up. How is David Navarro doing? Slightly better, but still far from clear.
Yeah, this is not an easy position to convert.
Okay, yeah, still far from it, although
Yeah.
white's king is misplayed a bit, black has better king. It's typical. In the opening phase, we are trying to run away with our king to the shelter. When the queens are traded, you tend to keep your king in the center, since it's helping to develop some things. Donchenko, I love this battery.
Yeah, this is
Catapult.
nice.
Now everything is connected with this defender, knight on f6, which of course can be undermined. And the knight is coming to f5. Black is actually thinking that he will retreat his bishop to f8, but when knight goes to f5, it's not so pleasant. And let's just briefly check. This game, it seems that Demchenko has managed to outplay, and Martirosyan. Gurel is totally winning. Let's see what has happened here. So, still normal. Okay, not normal, but of course white is totally winning, but not a material loss for black. Oh, nice touch. Deflection. Queen cannot take. If king takes, then queen d4. This one is hanging. So knight takes, but then knight g5, and again deflection. And 2 pawns up. We will see a resignation very soon in Gurel. So let's just check briefly how Gavrilescu is playing. Has something.
Oh, I saw a result that actually at the board 50.
He just made the draw. So
Wow.
here, knight d5, this screenshot move was played. Oh, this is a horrible position, I know this. From Rouser. Okay, now probably there is some.
It's not so clear. Maybe
Okay,
queen a7? Is that a move?
probably. You're very good. I don't know.
I wanted to attack the king, but then I realized king b8 is a move, so I am stopping king b8. And where is the king going?
Okay, still there is some job to be done. I don't know, is this rook d3? Is this a move? Maybe not. What else? Bishop g2 I was thinking. Then how is black defending? d5 allows probably just rook d5. So white couldn't calculate this and went for simplifications after knight d4.
And they still had so much time, so it was not really necessary.
Okay, he wanted to go for a draw.
Probably.
Yeah,
He was
and
happy
then
with
this was a draw. So another upset. Yeah,
Another one, but we want to see a win.
Korobo has win the game, Santos Latasa as well, and other games are in progress. I think it's a moment that we go to the last break before the time trouble. So let's go for a break and we will come soon.
See you soon.
And that's how we came here. It's so cool to see this time lapse. I love it. Yeah, from a scratch, and we have this fabulous playing hall. How about your feeling about it?
They did all of this in one night. 250 boards, not just boards, but live boards, which requires so much more effort to get them set up with all the cables, all of them going through the playing hall to make sure that all of the boards are connected. It's a big effort, and here we see how first the volleyball court was taken down, and now the floor was set up for the chess tables to appear. And look how much effort that was made to make the playing hall happen as it is now that we see. And all in one night. It's truly incredible.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. This is something I can look each time. Yeah, in the same excitement. So cool.
Yeah.
Many volunteers, and if I'm not mistaken, Anama, we are somewhere in the corner. Yeah,
yes.
I saw some familiar scenes because we started actually at the moment this video has been shooted. We were there at that time.
We were there walking around and seeing how hard the volunteers were working already to make this happen. So truly amazing work by the volunteers.
250 live boards. This is incredible achievement, and for us it's not simple to follow all the games, but I believe for people who are family of some players, they can of course enjoy. So enjoy, guys, find your compatriot or your favorite player and enjoy the games. It's a huge thing.
Yeah, let us know in the chat who you're rooting for, who your favorite players are, or which games we should take a look at, because there's so many games and we might be missing some of those very interesting games that are arising now as we're approaching the time scramble.
True. So Rook d7 in Kovalenko's game has been played, and then it lasted only for a few moves. So let's bring the board. So after Rook d7, Bishop a8 was the move. So let's bring the board, yep. And Queen h5, touching this f7 pawn, knight d6. Since it's not so simple to defend it, g6 was a possible try, but then there is stuff like Queen f3, I believe. Maybe there is something even better. I think Queen f3 just does the job. So knight d6, Queen g5, threatening to penetrate. Rook a7 looks horrible.
Yeah, it's
White
a
is dominating.
good moment to resign, especially against a player such as Kovalenko.
Since we promised you that we will be back at the right moment to catch the time trouble, we have already few. So here White is on 1 minute on the clock for 20 moves. The position is super complicated. Let's find them on the camera. This is our board number 2, the highest ranked board at the moment. So the time scramble, let's see the action.
Yeah, it's the most exciting part of the game, the time scramble. We want to see the players' faces, and there we go. We have the players on the screen, and White is playing very quickly.
Yeah, maybe it would be good to have them full screen, since you would see it a little bit better. Also, maybe it would be cool to add the board in full screen, but we will adjust those scenes in the next moments.
This is an interesting situation because Davin Taton is up on the clock. He knows his opponent is down on time. So what do? Do you play on time, or do you take it easy and not rush too much? But here he actually captured the pawn on e5. The pawn on d4 is pinned, so this way Black is capturing the pawn on e5. But yeah, what does White have next? how can white follow this up? With such little time, it might be a bit tricky. Let's see, maybe he can defend the pawn on d4 with bishop c3. It's not very clear, but probably David Anton can take his time here, as he is up on time by quite a bit, and he is now taking the lead in this game.
He's very, cool-headed player. I don't recall I have ever seen him in some kind of panic. His opponent almost 20 moves and being on 1 minute.
Perhaps he missed his bishop takes e5 move. He's down to 1 minute now. He has to make a move soon. He will have to defend the pawn on d4 because that pawn is now under attack. Bishop c3 is a logical move, but not a move that you would want to play. So let's see what he decides to do as his clock is ticking. Like we see on the screen the exact time, 40 seconds.
Yeah, it would be cool if we can zoom it a bit to see the clock as well, but I think that we can see.
He's not making a move.
No? 50 seconds?
20 even.
20 even. Yeah. We are zooming now. Yeah, this angle is great.
Oh,
Bishop h6.
Okay. He's trying to get some counterplay, but I'm worried for that bishop to get trapped.
Okay, David has plenty time to navigate all those details. So bishop h6, I don't know, looks like practical try, although he's a pawn down.
He is a pawn down lead. Would you want to trade the dark squared bishops here with black, or do you play, let's say, bishop f6 to keep the dark squared bishops on the board?
Probably bishop f6. Bishop will be moved one square.
You know what's interesting? Board 3. Deak is down to 1 minute.
Yeah, Deak is always long
Oh,
time.
that's his normal habitat. Okay.
But he's having a nice advantage, so I don't believe that there is anything serious going on.
Okay.
Bishop goes to f6. Yeah, as expected.
There it is. Yeah, white does not even really have counterplay. It's hard to see how white can try to fight despite being down a pawn.
The
10
clock is ticking.
seconds.
The clock is ticking and
Oh, 3 seconds.
92. Okay, also like a reasonable practical decision.
He looks way too calm for someone that is down to 30 seconds. I'll be very nervous in his position. Let's see what David Anton decides to do here. Because now the question is, do you want to force matters now you're up a pawn? Or do you want to play slow chess, improve the position slowly? The time situation can either be a psychological advantage or a disadvantage, because you might want to play on the opponent's clock. But I think David Anton is taking it easy, as he should. He's a very experienced player. I'm curious to see how he will take care of this position because he knows he's in a better position, he's up a pawn, but it's not that clear yet, and obviously his opponent is not giving up just yet, and he's trying to make the best out of it. But what is interesting to see is that his opponent, who is down to 32 seconds, is looking around. He's not even looking at the board. I would be very stressed and very focused at the board if I was down to 32 seconds as white is here, but he's just looking around. This is quite an interesting sight. Let's explore black's options, because I really want to play the move e5 to try to open up the position even more and simplify it so that I can win this position being up a pawn. But it might be unnecessary. You can also play it safe with knight d5, knight c4 is an option. David Anton seems to be reaching for a move. Let's see what he decides to do. And he plays queen d7. Queen d7, an even slower move. And that's the power of these strong grandmasters. They take their time. They're not in a rush. He knows he's in a better position. He has nothing to prove just yet.
Bishop f4.
Attacking the pawn on c7.
Retreating, yeah. Retreating the bishop, attacking the pawn on c7.
And what do you think of this queen d7 move of black?
Okay. He wants to, you know, to keep the options, not to commit himself too much. I think now it's like a typical situation when they want just to, you know, to be flexible till the end.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. And now David Anton has to stop or defend the pawn on c7. Knight d5 feels like a natural move, but he's not committing to it just yet. I guess he has options because knight c4 also comes to mind, but maybe that is... Oh, it could be interesting, knight c4.
I see Swiss player, Kurman, he's behind, checking the game. So this is the current position. Bishop f4, targeting the pawn on c7, as we were discussing. And it's black's turn how to defend it. There are several ways. So David Anton is deciding either to bring the rook, to cover it with the knight. Plenty of options. And hands goes towards the rook. Rook c8, a natural move.
Wow.
Although in few moves, losing a big portion of his advantage.
Yeah, he's playing really solid. He's not really doing much. I guess he's giving the move to opponent, sort of, to ask the opponent, what do you want to do, especially with such little time. It's not easy for his opponent to simply make moves. Queen g3 is on the board.
So putting additional pressure towards the c7 pawn. Unfortunately, the live transmission is not so smooth. The situation on the clock is not zeros, right?
Mm-hmm.
Queen g3. Yeah, and now we have a little bit better angle. I like this one, since we could see the full screen and also the board.
Perfect.
So thanks, yeah, to our team. David Anton not so happy.
You think so?
Yeah.
So what happens if he plays knight d5? It's the first move that comes to mind.
I think he's not so happy with the position after bishop e5. So if you go knight d5, bishop goes to e5, and if you exchange those bishops, too many holes.
Yeah.
But how to play instead? He wanted to go to c4 maybe, and then putting a pressure from this place. But now after knight c4 there is this b3 move, and then penetrating to c7.
You could retreat to d6, perhaps.
Yeah, true, but yeah, this
not
maneuver,
exactly what you want.
this might be an option. Although yeah, knight c4, bishop c7 doesn't work because this is not the winning the pawn. So knight c4, knight d6.
We see some comments in the chat about Gukesh playing in this tournament. This is the European Individual Championship, and since Gukesh is from India, we do not have Indian participants playing here.
Okay, although people might get confused due to the European Club Cup regulations, where in Club Cup you can play as a foreigner, or let's say not non-European player in the European individual and European teams, when national teams or individual players representing their national teams, only European members can play, while in Club Cup you can play with foreigners. Okay, there are some rules, but you can play with American and Asian players or African.
Yeah, so no Gukesh in this tournament, but we might see him back at the European Club Cup.
Sure, and he was playing. He was leading his team towards clinching the victory.
Yeah.
So, my feeling that David Anton Hiharo is not so happy with the outcome. Might be correct because he's burning some time.
Yep.
Do you expect in some other games that we will see an upset, Anama?
I see the game that we were looking at earlier, board 21, between Sofia Hryslova against Mohammad Muradli. It seems to be leveling out to a drawish endgame. There seems to be some trades happening here, and I'm not sure if Muradli can create chances here on board 21.
So, knight g6 was played, discovering the attack, and e5 intermezzo, but then came this queen d6. If you take, yeah, exactly this one, and then rook f6, and it looks like another upset, like a draw. So Muradli, but bishop f6, bishop e6, hang on. I forgot about this. After rook f6, bishop e6 was played. Okay, so my rook is stuck, but probably just coming out. Okay, still there is some.
Okay, play a5.
a5 probably.
But the king g7 is, of course...
King g7, rook f3.
Yeah, it's annoying.
So rook f3 probably the most precise. Just returning
She
the
played
rook.
it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it seems that Muradli will not start this tournament as before. Anything else?
Let's have a look, because we have a lot of time scrambles, but...
How is Ivanchuk doing?
A lot of favorites are doing well. Let's have a look.
Ivanchuk is having a stable situation on the clock. But let's go back to our main main game at the moment. Let's go to the second board since it's really tough for white being pawned down, but with some activity. Let's go with the camera there. Let's stay with our board number 2 since white is on the verge of defeat. We can get back to our usual view with the full screen and with a small board above. That you see the clock.
Still low on time, but white is creating quite some chances here. Rook c6, I like this move. It's very annoying for black. I wonder how black can continue here, because obviously white wants to double on the c file with rook dc1. The pawn on a6 is a target, pawn on c7, the pawn on e6 is also vulnerable, so I wonder how black can proceed here.
Let's say if we would not be aware of the engine evaluation, it would be very tough to evaluate this position, since this is a massive activity for white. White is having good coordination. Only problem is being a pawn down. So how strong is this activity?
He
Does
just
it
played
compensate?
Queen d7.
Queen d7.
Yeah, he played Queen e7 and now he's going back.
No, but rook, other rook is coming to c1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's under some pressure. But can go knight c4, rook a6. So maybe this rook d to c1 is a mistake. I will take on b2 and then come back. I think this was not played well by white. This rook c6, maybe it's just a mistake. Okay, with queen e7, black was sort of stopping b3. But now knight c4, and I think that David is in driving seat, that everything is now fine for him.
Okay, pawn on a6 is captured.
Yeah,
indeed.
but then knight b2, and I see this as a successful outcome for black.
Mm-hmm.
So knight c4. Rook takes to e6.
Yeah, good position for black, but I'm always curious to see, like, whenever a strong player has a good position, I want to see them how they convert the position, because that requires another skill set, and it's that amateurs sometimes struggle with converting positions, and the strong players show how mature they are, how they are patient, and how well they convert good positions. And it's always very inspiring to see how strong players such as David Anton converts an advantage to a full point.
I think there is tactical explanation, but I'm trying to calculate now. If I take on b2, you take on c7, and then takes...
Is the rook trapped on a6? Do you have c5 or something? Or c6?
Immediately. c6, b3, I don't see it.
Queen b7.
Ah, okay, you're right. Yeah, you don't move the knight. You just immediately play rook b7. You're completely right. Queen b7. Yeah, c6. c6 is the move.
Mm.
Yeah. Very good, Anna Maya. This c6 queen b7 just decides the issue.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the rook seems fine on a6, but after c6, all of a sudden there's no scores left. So you have to be really careful. Maybe there is... Yeah, is there a4 to try to defend?
a4. Yeah, c6, a4 is something he's now checking. But then I can take on b2 and I will be a pawn up.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Seems like a better version because the pawn on c7 is not doing anything anyway. So we can trade off this pawn for the pawn on the a file. That'll be a good trade for black. And then you can capture the pawn on b2. It's interesting to see, we see the playing hall and all of the boards are, we see all the players at the boards because this is the moment where it's time trouble, the players need their focus and all the attention at the board. So we see all of the players, almost all of them sitting down. It's very nice to see. And we didn't have that many results so far.
Yeah, the games are still in progress.
Diak is still living on the edge with his time.
Yeah, but he's winning, I believe. Demchenko will have time scramble.
Yes.
Muradli is still playing. Lodic is winning versus Velikic. Maxim Rothstein is pressing. Darda is pressing. And c5. Okay, this is another try.
He's still close for c5. I was not sure about this because of a4 and it's so weakening. But maybe if he captures d4, then he has e5, and then is a really good advantage.
True.
Not a nice position with the white pieces, and he has very little time, so this is not a pleasant position for white. It's a really nice way of David Anton to try to win this game. Let's see what white plays here. Will he take the pawn on c5? Will he attack the knight on c4? Perhaps b3? Oh, he plays d5. d5. That is inviting e5, but you cannot play e5 because the bishop on f6 is hanging. Really nice move, actually. I really like this. The computer may not agree, but the best you can do in a worse position is to try to play counterplay. Try to go for counterplay and create a mess out of the position. And it's taking these risks that may confuse your opponent.
So, David totally winning, but still he needs to finish him off. This is this luxury of having an advantage on the clock so that you're comfortable. You can decide when to think while your opponent needs to play in this increment mode of each move. You start calculating something and you need to give up after 15 seconds because you cannot dig it while your opponent can recheck and recheck.
Yes, and we're slowly getting results, but it seems to be that so far most of the favorites are winning their games. Not so many surprises yet, but we still have the time scramble going on in many games. So anything can still happen.
Queen d5.
Why not? It was a nice attempt by White, but there is no follow-up after Queen d5, I think. I don't see it.
And a4.
Last chance to go all in.
Okay, now there are several ways he can take with the bishop to b2 after a4, then push b4. I think he will take bishop b2.
Makes sense.
He's checking to go for it. Bishop b2 should decide the issue, I believe. After bishop b2, that the game won't last for more than 3 moves. But he has something else in mind. No, bishop b2, as expected.
White is
Rook
still fighting.
e1.
But I expect David Anton to convert this
It's
convincingly.
now it's, I think, this technical. Although,
Don't play e5.
yeah, don't play e5 because you allow rook g6. This is a cool thing to show that this allows rook g6.
It's stunning,
Yeah,
but not easy.
engine probably now sees something even more crazy than rook g6, but I don't see it. Is there some nasty detail like bishop c1 or something? But why rook g6 is not the best move now? Don't get it. Very interesting.
Oh, we see a result on board 7.
David Navarra has made a draw, and
Oh, he ran to repetition, I think.
yeah, he was better. Let's bring the board. So he was better, and then around here, yeah, he just ran to the repetition. Yeah. Okay, nice draw for his opponent. Whom else do we have? We have Deak. Yeah, Deak is just winning, but he's using all his time, playing his regular stuff, just
Very
using
scary.
all the time. Then we have Suleimanli. Actually, he's not winning anymore. That's a bit strange. Donchenko is just winning. So I think he just did a masterpiece. Demchenko is better, but they are getting long time.
Oh, We see another result. Shant Sargsyan wins his game.
I don't know where to go, which game to follow.
There's so many and so
is
interesting.
winning. Ivanchuk. Hang on. Ivanchuk is not better anymore.
Well, he's threatening mate now.
Yeah, he's threatening a checkmate with queen e8, but probably some g6.
Oh, that was the idea, because how do you defend the checkmate by playing g6, which then drops the pawn?
True.
Very clever.
Is there a way?
I'm thinking bishop e6. Like, what else
I
do you
was
have to do?
thinking bishop e6, but this is not the move. No, for sure. But maybe g5.
No.
Yeah, g5.
Wow.
This is the move. G6 allows queen a6, and now exploiting this X-ray, and it's not clear now that black can hold.
Oh, that is so impressive.
Threatening rook e8. You cannot take on f5. So probably just returning the... I was thinking either rook or the queen. So queen d8. Now he's a pawn down, although he has a huge activity. So rook d2 runs probably to rook e8. If you go rook d2, maybe rook e8 is the move. I don't know. Maybe not. So maybe also this works. So Ivanchuk is not so happy.
Actually, instead of queen takes h6, there was a better move.
Really? But
Yes.
he played it instantly.
Of course, but after g6, you know what's a better move, I think? Bishop takes g6.
Oh, that's...
Because you cannot take with the queen. And if f takes, well, here you win the rook. But after f takes g6, you have queen e8, and it's mate.
Oh, this is a pawn up. If someone shows to him, Vasily would be shocked. And so after queen s6, queen d8, bishop c2, which move we have?
Let's see. Oh, we lost the camera. I know that the bishop went back to e4, but I don't know what black played. Maybe rook d2. Yeah, I think rook d2 was...
Yeah, let's go full screen, because then we could see the board even better. Yeah, I think this angle is quite good. So bishop went to e4.
His opponent is 12 years old.
Oh.
Very talented player from Hungary.
Rook e2. And Vasily just played queen back to c1. And the game goes on. He's a pawn up, and if he manages to exchange the rooks, queen and a bishop, he will be probably winning. Right behind him, Hovhannisyan, we can stay with this. Camera angle is pressing, but he's far away from anything terrible.
Oh,
Queen c1,
d4.
queen d4.
Oh. The pressure is on. Well, at least you have rook takes e2. And he does trade rooks indeed.
Okay, I believe that he's winning now. I would be very surprised that this is something for black. I believe that Vasily has things under control.
He has 7 minutes for 4 moves. And then the players receive 30 minutes on the clock, so it should be fine.
At the technical meeting, the chief arbiter, Tomasz Delega, has mentioned that they are using this move counter. So immediately after 40th move, players should get additional half an hour. And bishop goes to b7.
He's not letting go of the piece yet.
Uh,
I wonder why he was hesitating.
But I would be surprised that this is not a winning position, since all the pawns are light squares. We have right behind, I think that Jonas Bjerre has just won the game.
Another interesting game is this game between board 32, Miruna Daria Lehaci against Bartosz Socko, ending in a draw. So another upset by
Yeah, they just stood up. I see Daniel
lower
Jufa.
player. Yes.
Darda is playing, Jufa is playing. I can see them. So let's find something more challenging. Do we see some game where there is a total mess? So I don't see one. Trying to find one, maybe Demchenko.
The games are slowly fizzling out.
Yeah, let's go to board number 9. Let's check that game.
Okay.
Since black is a pawn up, but this knight on c4, it gives some chance for white to hold. So Demchenko, he's very good blitz player. Since this position is lost for, sort of not lost, but on the verge of losing for white. So let's see, will he be able to convert? We can go also full screen. I think this angle is very nice. His opponent is playing on seconds.
G4 is weakening
So,
the queen side
yeah.
quite a bit.
But yeah, what else to do?
What else? White doesn't really have play because on the queen side the pieces are quite stuck. The queen on a3 is completely out of touch in the game.
Yes, somehow some tactical alert would say that there is a chance for black to, to get some attacking possibility. But okay, now he is targeting this e pawn, and how do you defend it?
Very good question. Knight d2?
Yup. Necessary move. Now at least one piece is back. He's maybe also thinking to take on d4, but
Yeah, knight d2 is on the board. Maybe he plays rook b6 and he's trying to take over the b file again.
these are the typical positions when you are just better. And if you would have more time, you would of course convert it, but like being on seconds, and especially it's a first time travel, so you know that you will get this half an hour, so you don't want to commit yourself too early. Of course, black is in in comfortable position. But as I said, to convert, you are trying to find some tactical blow, but maybe it doesn't exist. Five more moves.
They should be able to reach time control comfortably.
It was funny when I was in the playing hall. I've noticed Oleg Romanishin on top boards, and I was curious. Hang on, he was born number 11, and he's something like 70 years old, 74, I would say, and he's actually playing on top boards. And I said, okay, kudos. He's keeping his rating 25 something. But then I found out that he's 2200. That's why he's on top board. Because his rating is low, but come on. He's a legendary player, strong player. I played against him once, but he was maybe, it was 20 years ago, I think, a little bit more, 22. So it was a draw. I was black. He was 2500, and I even ended up in a book how I won the pawn.
Oh, really? Wow.
But of course I was a lousy player. I couldn't convert being a pawn up. So he thought that he's actually winning my bishop, but I found a place to hide. So what's going on here? Rook c1. So Demchenko is just moving back and forth without changing the pawn structure.
Did he make a move with 1 second?
Okay, I'm not sure. This we need to check. So we have this delay, fortunately.
And he's making his moves with the 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah. Oh.
That is so scary to watch. So games are finishing. Most of the favorites are winning their games or in winning position. So
any loss of top player?
no, not yet. Not that I see. I see a lot of equal positions.
So what is this Yilmaz game? Which board is that?
Board 34.
Let's check that one. I'm curious to see, because Mustafa is a long time and he's playing against his compatriot. And it's not so simple to me. So board number 34.
3 more moves until the 14th move.
So let's bring the board. So what's going on here? Who is
Both players
better?
have a pass
So
pawn, but
Rook a7, yeah, actually surrendering his advantage. Since, okay, probably it will end up 3 against 2. I believe that it will be a draw anyway, or something if someone misses some small detail. Or 4 against 3 or something like that. But not so pleasant to play this position.
yeah, what do you do with white? Because there's a lot of tension on the knight and the bishop. So it's hard to move the knight comfortably. Knight c4 comes to mind.
How
but
about knight d5, c7?
yeah, I wasn't
Yes.
sure if that's enough.
This was played, this was
Oh,
played.
it is.
Knight d5, and when you take, I push c7.
Aha.
This is a nice touch. And then when rook goes back, knight b6 wins.
Knight takes d2 plate.
Knight takes d2, which is a huge mistake. Oh, c7, throwing everything.
He wanted to play. Did he want to play
Rook
rook
a8.
a8?
But then,
The knight b6.
no, he will play. So rook,
Uh-huh.
rook a8. And now,
Knight b6.
Yeah, it looks like a winning position.
Oi, oi, oi.
Tough moment for Mustafa. Great player, very solid player. He was 2650, 2660 if I'm not mistaken, maybe even more. Oh, rook a3.
Oh, of course.
Oh, that's even better. But hang on. And then f4, or what?
Yes, and this bishop is helpless.
Or is there any tactics after rook c8? So 14th move, rook c8, necessary?
f4, and if bishop takes, you have knight e7.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice touch. Yeah, exactly. f4 just wins.
His opponent made a move and just left the board.
Heavy blow for Mustafa Yilmaz, and rook c8, and now f4 just finishes the game, and I think that he has spotted.
He shook his head because he knows this is over. He knows the problem.
So rook c8, f4 is not the best move. Oh.
Wow. It's even better.
Yeah. Now, yeah, engine will come with something like rook c3. This is typical engine move now. Some rook c3. I'm not sure that this is a good move, but it's not a bad move. White is
It's better.
is better. And now maybe just if I go rook a7, then knight goes to c4, so I need to stop this. What else I can do? Yeah, now engine will say that h4 is better. Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, h4 is the best move, better than f4. Why? Because after f4, if I take
Somehow bishop takes?
no, knight e7 always wins.
Yeah.
Bishop f8, knight e7. This is probably okay. Now it's hard to calculate. I don't know. King goes to h7, knight takes, knight c4 probably, right?
Yeah.
No, knight c4, rook a4. So
Knight e4.
e4 and f5 or something like that.
Because you don't have rook a4.
Yeah, this is crazy. So the smoke has cleared. Let's go one by one. What do we have? Deak versus Pidubna. So Deak is just totally winning, being 3 pawns up. Sulejmanli versus Noy. Sulejmanli is winning. F2 is hanging. Many pins. Demchenko pressing, as I expected, not committing himself.
I'm afraid that Romanishin lost on time because he lost in a equal position.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a pity, but it happens
Yeah.
in your order. So here, Hovhannisyan is pressing. Ivanchuk, I believe, will win this one. Muradli, okay, he will play this game forever. Maxim Rothstein is winning. Darda is winning. Samunenko, he is a player to follow. And
Also
he is
winning.
a piece up. Yufa, this is an interesting position. He will have tough time to convert. Lupulescu made a draw.
Wow.
Yeah, he was not even ready to bother in this position to move on. Amar Elham is winning, but there is some job to be done. It's not simple at all. Sochko Bartosz made a draw. Stamatis. Okay. Interesting position to follow. Looks like a draw. Yilmaz is lost. I mentioned Romanishin that he overstepped the time control in this position. Iturizaga, oh, what a center. I love this center.
Wow.
I love this center. Arch Peter is pressing. One. Dudin made a draw.
Ah.
That's a surprise. And more or less, that's it. Sanal, yeah, will have some tough time to play this position. Okay, some upsets. Not simple to play this event.
Not really. I mean, there is a lot of draws, but we haven't seen a win yet when it comes to an upset. I know that Max Warmerdam is still playing what seems to be crazy rook endgame, but as they always say, rook endgames are always a draw. But for now, the favorites are doing quite well today.
Yeah, true. When I'm saying upsets, it means a draw.
It's the same as a loss. Okay, board 64 might be interesting to keep an eye on because that's where the lower the player is in a better position, but anything can still happen. So we will keep an eye on that. Slowly the playing hall is clearing up as all the games are finishing. Time trouble is pretty much over now. All the players have reached the 14th move. So now the players are more relaxed that they have more time on the clock.
And I believe that soon we will have Kathy joining us. And yeah, to see some interesting moments on this touchscreen. I love it. It's always nice to check the whole game because we are moving from sequence to sequence and it's not so simple to follow it. Yeah, one game just to follow it from the beginning to the end.
Hey guys, I am here with this game that you were talking about. Oh, I have to go inside the frame. You were talking about Marc-Andrea Maurizi against Nikita Filin-Dash, and this game has actually already finished. And I saw Marc-Andrea walking in the playing venue right after he finished his game. There are some players who just wants to go immediately to the hotel to have some rest and analyze the games, but people like Marc-Andrea, he just wants to see more chess and have more chess. So let me first show you how the game ended and then we can just have a small chat. So it actually started with 1d4. You have analyzed this game, Aloysia and Anna-Maja, already. So it was nothing really crazy at the beginning, but the things started to shake from this moment when Maurizi decided to castle on the long side. So here we have the opposite castle position, which is always quite promising. And at this point, after h6, white just decided to play this king to b1, always mysterious move, just waiting, and obviously black wanted this knight to be captured. So after the h file is open, now knight f6 moves will be in there and queen h7 checkmates. So this did not really happen, and instead of taking on g5 here, black just decided to continue the play on the king side. And here you guys were covering this one, and as I remember, you stopped somewhere over here. Black decided to move the rook away here to free the square for the king, because there are a lot of nasty checkmate threats here, and I do love this knight move here. Knight from e4, centralized square, goes on f2. This is very nice road for the knight, because now knight f6, guards the square on h7, and here we have this knight goes from the other side of the board, wants to trade the defender, and will be a checkmate. So white was about to run here, and here we have few more moves, and here Maurizio played so accurate moves, bishop to b5, developing one last piece into the game, and now d5, sacrificing the bishop, opening up the d file, opening up the e file as well. And here at this point black had it off and just had it on and just decided to resign here. A lot of threats in there, queen h8 or f takes e takes f6 with followed up some checkmate threats in the end. So black just decided to call it a day. It's going to be anyway a lot of games ahead of the players, 11 rounds, and well, sometimes you just have a slow start, but you might have a very nice end. But Maurizio is actually in a good form. Recently we played together the tournament in Reykjavik Open, and he was actually playing quite well. So he might be already trained for this tournament. We're gonna see how the things will go, and what do you guys think? How was the first day? What was the action? Is there any game that just pops in your head right away when you think about the first round of this championship? Which game was the most exciting?
Yeah, Kat, it's not so simple to pick up one game. I just want to refer on this one. You just showed that like many people know how to attack, and you are familiar with those motives. But the main difference between top players is, that they have things under control. I've seen so many times similar attacking prospects, and the game just steers to another direction, and one move is missed. So those players are really precise in keeping the game till the end. You mentioned one game. So Anna Maja was mentioning that David Anton Hikaru was having a nice advantage, but you were curious to see how he would convert it. So this technical phase of the game, how to convert things, is something I think which differs top players to ordinary mortals. Let's put it this way.
It's so inspiring to see. So thank you for the analysis, Kati. How is the atmosphere like in the playing hall as we are commentating here in the studio? So we'd love to hear what's going on in the playing hall.
Well, first of all, this is the playing venue, which is huge. You need several minutes to just walk around, and the stadium is occupied by the chess players and chess people fully 100%. So it is quite nice in the playing venue. They have a lot of space, even though there are like more than 500 participants only. On top of that, the arbiters and a lot of volunteers and different guests are coming. It's a huge space, but also it feels how big is the event. So I think everyone is so far really happy with the conditions. It looks quite awesome. I had a chance to walk myself there. The players were quite exciting at the very beginning. We had this beautiful opening ceremony with some performances, and then we just started the game. So far, everything sounds really good. Usually, first days are quite tense, but seems like the organizers were ready for it. The location itself is newest stadium in this city, so it's quite well equipped to have a comfort for the players. So yeah, I hope everyone enjoys. I'm gonna have a chance for upcoming days to interview some of the players, and I'm definitely asking how they feel it and if they like this venue.
Yeah, I just briefly entered the playing hall, and it's huge, but it's sort of soundproof. Carpets are on the floor and you don't hear much. Arbiters are trying not to disturb players, not to produce any sound. So although it's extra huge and there is enough space to enjoy by playing, I believe that this way of giving players enough time to concentrate, enough chances that they focus on their game is something which is really remarkable. So thanks for this nice commentary. I believe that we will go for a short break, because usually after this 14th move, players tend to think a little bit longer. They are refreshing a bit. There is enough toilets here. There are no queues, which is something which is also to emphasize. So we are coming after a short break. And we are back. In some games, there are still queens on the board, some tough time for both sides, but also there are few games with end games. Let's check the following one where Daniil Yufa, Spanish player, he's trying to, to squeeze water out of the stone, and it will be hard since in the opposite colors bishops, even being a pawn down, it gives you a huge chance to save the game. So what do you think, Anema? Chances for white?
It's
Reasonable
really hard
ones?
to see. I'm not sure. I don't believe in it, especially because the pawn is already on a3. So black has so much counterplay, and I don't really see how white can make progress, because you want to move the pawns forward, play g5, and so on, but how are you going to play g5? I guess the only way that I see white creating chances is by playing rook a6, bishop d3, but by the time you set this up, black also has some moves to play, so I'm not sure.
Okay, but is it some Zugzwang? So what will black do? So bishop e7 runs to g5. So although rook e2, I spotted it. I even spotted this option, so actually it's a mistake. So maybe even bishop e7 is possible. Of course, bishop somewhere. King g5 was played.
I like
so
it.
Voluntarily allowing this stuff. But as you mentioned, a2 is coming. So white cannot afford him to move away his rook.
Yeah, it's a bit stuck. White has no control over the dark squares, so it's really difficult to create play here. You really need to get access on the dark squares.
So Yufa is thinking either to go rook g7 or to pick up something else. Speaking about an endgame, do we have something interesting?
Let's go back to the game of Mustafa Yilmaz, board 34, where the two Turkish players are facing each other, and Ali Alper Çelik seems to be in a winning position. We were here earlier, and the players had made their 14th move, and now rook c3 was played.
But we mentioned that here h4 or f4 does the job, but here rook c3 was played. Knight f1 inaccuracy, although a logical move. So what's the story about? What's the issue? So black is planning to sack his piece. Is rook d8 an option at some point?
Yeah, it's interesting with d8. But I guess the problem is
bishop d8, yeah.
if you play bishop takes c7, there's always knight e7, so you have to prepare this first, take some time.
Yeah, true.
And by that time, king e2 will be played.
e2. And Yilmaz, he needs to take on h2, or?
Yeah, and then knight b6. Yeah, you cannot stop the promotion.
Yeah, knight h2 is probably running to this knight b6. Hang
rook
on now.
e check.
Rook e8? Really? Kidding me? And then after king d3, knight comes out. Again.
Wow.
Okay, this is superb. If you go king f2,
bishop d8. Is that a move?
That's a brilliant move, but there is even a better move. I love it. Is there any tactical shot which we are missing? I was thinking bishop h4, but I don't see why this... Bishop f6, really? No? I was
Is there
thinking...
some repetition?
No, but c8?
Bishop d4, king g3.
Knight f... No, I cannot go knight f1. I can, but... I can go knight f1. You go king h3. Then I sack... Or I give the rook. This is also a try. So many details to bother with.
It should have been much simpler to win this.
Yeah, so... Will he take it? So after knight h2, maybe just...
Prepare in knight b6, so let's say king f2. Yeah, but you have to be careful because now the bishop can move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to you need to have something concrete.
g3. Don't see this as a move, yeah. King f2. We mentioned bishop. What a mess.
Yeah.
Splendid position.
Yeah, I don't see it. Maybe you just play rook b3 or... Yeah, rook b3 and then play rook b8.
Ah, that's a good try. Yeah, why not? You're totally right. Cannot go bishop f4. Yeah, rook b3 just wins on spot. So what, knight d2 again? Not really.
You don't really have another move.
Yeah, rook b3 just
Lights
wins.
up. Yeah.
How about other games? Anything particularly interesting?
Let's take a look because we still have a lot of games going on, but so far the favorites are doing really well. Let's have a look at this game, board 64. It's very interesting because Noam Seyson seems to be winning against Grandmaster Robert Kempinski.
Yeah. Oh, Kempinski is a long time in this circuit.
Yes. Yeah, let's have a look at this position. So white has very active pieces. The knight on f6 is a monster. But where is the final blow? Because for now, black is defending well, is trying to create counterplay with the move c3, giving a check. And that c-pawn is quite scary. But first it's white to move. What can we do here with white? Do we just take the pawn on h7? We see the board here on the screen. White is still thinking about their move because it's not so easy to find a way to win here. If we look at the material, it's equal. But I like black's pawn on c4 a lot. It's just that white has a winning position here. Perhaps you need to play knight takes h7 check. Or can you prepare this perhaps with queen h3, queen h6? There has to be something concrete here. Maybe e6.
So let me try to think.
It's so fun as a commentator, you can just throw the ideas. and
But yeah, someone
experiment.
needs to, yeah, someone needs to calculate. Yeah, e6 screams to be played.
Yeah. Because you cannot take the pawn on g5.
Yeah, true, but c3 is coming with a check.
Yes. And king g1, queen c5 check.
So king g2 probably necessary.
Yeah.
Queen c3 has been played.
Okay, solid choice to stop the c-pawn altogether. I'm not sure if it's enough.
But it's a good move. Although it allows some knight f4. So queen c3 allows some, maybe even this move. Yeah, now Robert will take some time to navigate through this mess. How is Max Warmer doing?
So they're still in a rook endgame, but it seems to be heading to a draw. Unless Max finds something insane here. You never know with rook endgames, which is board 52.
Okay, it should be a dead draw. But let's just calculate. So rook goes up. F2, check, king. Yeah, and you just push, I believe. This is a dead draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it, a draw. Of course, if you start playing the fire, this is not the familiar motive because this stops. But of course, queen a8 is also possible or something else. So don't play with fire. It will be a draw. Cantor is winning. How
Yeah.
Moroni in the game. Sanal is having that end game, being pawned down. Okay, let's check this game. It's not so simple to win it, although it looks totally winning.
Yeah, the pawn center is very interesting, but you cannot really... I don't see how to make progress that easily.
Yeah, true. Where do you hide your king? It's not simple.
Yeah, the tactics also don't seem to work. I'm trying to make bishop takes f2 happen, but it seems to be well defended by white for now. Oh, I am seeing a potential upset on board. Oh, let's have a look. This is Ekaterini Pavlidou on, I believe, board 91? 92? have to look in the other tab for this.
Yeah, I believe that I will need to use some time to find it. Okay, I think now I got it. So
Number 25 here on this screen. Yes.
So let's bring the board back. We can also find them with the camera. So it's board 90 something, right?
Yes. It's one of the lower boards, but we still have a grandmaster playing. And this is Ekaterini Pavlidou. She is a very tricky player. Her rating is not telling the story whatsoever, because I have seen her had great performances, and she plays for the Greece women's team. And every time I see her play, she has fantastic results. Of course, not always, but she often saves her team. Either she wins her game fantastically against a strong player, or she makes a draw. So right now she's also in a completely winning position against the grandmaster.
Okay, so she's thinking, so to sacrifice on g6 or to push e6, for example, to push d7, everything looks winning now. You're sure that this game is not over? It looks totally winning.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if the grandmaster keeps trying to confuse the opponent with c3, c2, and hope for the best.
Yeah, it would be great if we could find them with the camera. I think they are second row, so here on our left. Okay, it seems that we will not get them on the camera. So, d7 allows probably rook d8, but this also looks...
Still e6.
Or rook g6.
Or g6 even.
Yeah, and then... yeah, but also b7 is... So queen b7 in the process. So many wins. I don't think this is a big deal. Maybe the game is stuck, maybe it's already over. But this is an upset.
Yes. It makes me very happy to have seen one big upset today. Because a lot of those winning positions ended in a draw after all.
d7, c2 was played. I think, yeah, now I think they are this bottom. Not bottom, but upper core.
Oh yeah, I saw her actually when I was walking around in the playing hall. I remember when I was walking around and she waved at me, so she's all the way up there. And she seems to be closing out this game very soon. And we have the game.
Yeah.
Thanks to our cameraman.
True.
Here we see the game on the screen, and Lashkin actually is down to 1.5 minute, but this game is completely over. Now the rook is lost.
King g7.
And now rook takes g6.
This is for checkmate, huh?
Should be, yeah.
Yeah, king g7. Now rook g6. Mate in 4.
She's still making sure. She has the time for it, so she can take her time. And she plays it. Rook takes g6 on the board.
Very nice touch.
Is this the time, the moment to resign, or will he play until checkmate? I don't mind if my opponent doesn't resign. I like to play until checkmate. It's the best way to win a game. And he resigns.
Resignation. Big win for Ekaterini, and congratulations.
What an amazing finish and a big upset of the round.
True. So in the meantime, let's go back to our main boards. They're discussing something.
They're still talking about the game. That's so nice to see. Despite the big upsets, the opponent is still willing to talk about the game, because what matters at the end of the day is the chess, and there's always things to learn from the game.
It's a nice behavior, nice fair play, because there is a difference in rating, huge difference, and he wants to show that he respects his opponent additionally. So big kudos. Here, Demchenko, our bomber number 9, seems to be improving his situation by each move. We can go to that board. So pawn up, although white is dreaming of setting up some blockade, at some point maybe to take on d4, that however this might not happen. There won't be any blockade, I believe.
So can white capture the pawn on e5 right now?
Okay, but this allows, so knight e5 takes on d3. Knight c2, I'm calculating, will I? Maybe it's not good, maybe I'm playing wrong. I'm not sure. If I go knight c2, rook c1 is coming. So knight c2 is probably maybe a mistake, or b3, or I don't know, rook somewhere, and then b3. I think this, or also maybe rook a4, but probably no need for that. So he took it. So bishop d4 was, no, knight e5 was played. No, bishop d4, sorry, my bad. White is thinking, 3 minutes on the clock. Is there anything special to follow?
Maybe let's have a look at board 37, because some action happened in the last few moves where it seems like there was a tactic which was played out, but it didn't seem to be ending that well for white.
So white was much better. But then second pawn and went for this liquidation.
Yeah, that seemed to be unnecessary because black has a lot of pieces. I'm not sure how white is planning to play against the two bishops. You can capture the bishop on d5, but what's next?
Okay, first to move the rook. Where?
Do we play rook e6?
Looks scary, but maybe it's fine. Yeah, probably it's just good. So he's thinking. No, rook e6 was played already.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not sure how you can make progress here with white because f6 is defended. How do you enter with the queen? It's not so clear.
Okay, while white is thinking, we can get back to Katy.
Let's see what she has to say.
Well, guys, I have to say something very interesting happened in this game that you were actually observing. Currently, we have this position, and who would not like to have such a beautiful sacrifice that we have seen here with the rook to h6, forcing bishop to take on h6 and after to win the queen. This looks so nice, and I thought that's it. But as you were just mentioning, it's not enough. Black has too many pieces here in this position, and even though the king looks like alone there, it's just fine, because if you play queen to h4, threaten to give a check. First of all, it's a check, not a checkmate. And there's also rook to h8 move like that, and black is simply fine in this position. Well, I was just asking, this looks really, really awkward position for black. Is there anything better? And in fact, here in this position, instead of going to this pretty looking line, rook to h6, white could actually play knight to f6 and force bishop f6 here. In this position, black has only move to play. And any guess, Anna-Maja or Aloysia, what is this move? It's a really awkward looking move.
Really awkward, we need
awkward.
One, huh?
Really awkward.
Only move, in fact, like the other moves are not perfect.
I'm going for rook h8.
Yeah, you are the winner. Rook h8 is the only move to play here. And basically, if not this move, if I just offer a queen trade here, there is queen to g5 in this position, and the pawn on h6 is hanging. If you push h5, then the bishop gets into the game, and we will just take by the queen, and it will be a checkmate then on the back rank. So after queen to g5 here, black cannot really save this position, so that's why black has to go rook to h8, and after queen to g5, now it's possible to move this king on g7 or maybe even on g8, so far black can survive. So I think this was actually a much better chance for white to play knight f6 instead of rook h6, But again, so tempting to sacrifice the rook, right, and then to win the queen. Although here we have a grandmaster, very experienced grandmaster, almost 25, 70 player, and he went for this line. So I don't know why this happened. Knight f6 looks actually quite a nice move, but yeah, currently we have totally different position, and I just wonder what you guys think here. Is it any way white can just break this position down?
It won't be so simple. I know Peter quite well. I played twice against him, lost once it was a draw. He was World Junior Champion. He was 2650, something like that. His peak rating, very good attacker, very stable player. And I'm a bit surprised that he didn't manage to find this sequence. But you know, first round, was he playing Grenke as well? I'm not sure. Maybe traveling like some players were coming today from Grenke, so he might be tired. But I'm not sure that this game will be simple enough till the end. We might see some ups and downs afterwards. Engine is saying that it's dead draw, but from my point of view, yeah, all three results are possible.
Yeah, and also when you play against a much lower rated player than you are, sometimes you're still counting on in some positions that there will be still some tricks. I do like that. It's not very often working, but I still count on until the very end, just to, you know, exhaust your opponent, look for small tactics there and here. And another thing can be that you just maybe see these kind of lines from distance, so somewhere from even from farther, when he was sacrificing this pawn h5 here. Maybe this was the very first initial plan here to force the queen on d7 and then to take this pawn on h6. Well, I think it's fine move, but knight f6 is something that actually forces black to make few only moves in this position. So yeah, very interesting situation on this board. And the other boards, I actually agree that there's not much of the upsets in this position, which means that all the top players are just doing fantastic, and they are doing their best. One very interesting information that we can talk, of course, about this later on and also prepare some nice video. We do have very special board, which is set on the very last. We do have Polish international master who has a special needs, and he cannot travel for the tournaments any longer. And at this tournament, he is allowed to play from home with the observation of the international arbiter. And here, his opponent is in the playing venue with the camera and with another arbiter. So they have this kind of a hybrid game. It is approved by FIDE and also by ECU, and I think this is something very nice and fantastic that chess includes everyone. And this is something that we can actually take a closer look. We are here for next 10 days, 11 days, so we're going to bring a lot of very interesting stories because we have here lots of quite nice personalities. So yeah, that's one interesting fact from the playing venue.
Yeah, this is something to praise, since chess can allow that on chessboard on equal terms, players with different disabilities can overcome that. And yeah, big kudos to everyone involved in this process of allowing this Polish player to join this tournament, because I believe that for him it's a huge thing, and maybe also as an inspiration for others. Thanks, Katie, for your insights. In the meantime, I would love to check the game, which is just the board next to, where Iturizaga is having some tough time to convert. He's well known as a great blitz player. His long time, 2 minutes on the clock, and it seems that he has misplayed it. And now he's not better at all. So we should also go with the camera there, since this board 36 is the one to follow. What do you think, Anna? Are you surprised? I'm not.
Oh, no, I'm not at all. It's a very tricky position. It can still go anyway. I mean, the pawns are looking very scary, and with the king on f8 not having any shield around, white can create some play later on. But for now, it's a very tricky position, and we'll have to see which side manages to break through. But for now, black is the one trying to create play. Do you think black is preparing to move e3?
Hard question, probably. What else? Or at least to start rolling his pawns, maybe with d5, not surrendering this one on e5 afterwards. But the thing is, only chance, not only chance, but the main concept for Eduardo is to get his opponent, to get him into the time trouble as well. Because if they will be on equal terms, 2 minutes on the clock, both, I would bet on Eduardo.
Yeah, usually grandmasters are very experienced in these situations, so that would be expected, but anything can happen. 2 minutes on the clock is not a lot of time. The players are already past move 40, so they already got their extra 30 minutes, which means that this is all they have. They only rely on the 30-second increment that they get every single move. So let's see how black will fare here. For now, it's white to move.
Yeah, we can even outzoom a bit if our cameraman can do it, because you would see that this is a part of the playing hall where a lot of action is going on. Next to them is Arch versus Veljanovsky, whom we mentioned. And yeah, there are also some other games. Yilmaz, we were following this. So a lot of actions.
Yes, and it seems that Yilmaz is going to lose this game, as his opponent Celik is doing really well with his conversion. So let's take a look at board 34.
So this is the position. King g6 has been played, and now rook g7 comes.
I want to play rook g7, and then
king f5.
Rook a7 or something to try to stop bishop a3. Or is that too slow?
Okay, still, he needs to work for a moment. But rook g8 just wins, right? And on bishop f6, rook f8. This should...
If bishop a3?
Bishop a3. f7. King e6. Yeah, well,
should still be winning.
Even this
should be winning.
Because f5, and then this is a funny line.
And the knight is trapped.
I know. Now some... Okay, he will drop this pawn for sure. I don't like even like this. Slowly white will win this one, but this is not optimal line. No need for that.
Yes. Instead?
King e6 was played.
Okay. Rook g5. It does feel shaky though. I want to have something more convincing.
I agree. Still some job to be done. In the meantime, it seems that Eduardo is getting his opponent to the time trouble.
Yes. And Veljanovsky is actually having an advantage
turning
now.
the tables, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I was already getting worried about this because black had so many pieces, right? We will take a look at that in a moment. But first, I'm curious how this game will play out because the players are low on time and now is a crucial moment. It's one of those positions that you know you're winning, but how do you actually win this game, especially against such a strong player? You want to make sure that you make the right moves. You don't want to spoil the advantage that easily. So you're extra careful. And Yilmaz is not making it easy for his opponent. It's also tempting to simply play knight f4 and take the pawn h5, but you really want to hold on to that pawn on f6. So let's see what Jelik decides to do here. He's down to 1.5 minutes on the clock, as we see on the camera. We have the live view. His time is ticking. Maybe he plays rook e8 check to try to push the pawn. Will he defend the knight? Will he try to push the pawn first? This is a very important decision.
It seems that you did all the job and heavy job to get your higher rated opponent to time trouble, to win against him, and suddenly you are far away from win. Not far away, but you're not so close as you would have expected.
It should have been easier, given the situation. But now we're in this end game. He's down to 30 seconds. You see him getting more and more nervous now.
Yep. It's not simple to focus. You're checking, rechecking, then you take a look of the clock, then you go back, then once again. And he's about to make a move. Not yet. 50 seconds.
10?
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Whoa. And?
Check. He's going for the h5 pawn.
Which is probably a good option. Yeah, just winning that one.
Especially because the knight on h2 is trapped, right? So it's good to play against the knight. So once you capture the knight, you're completely winning.
Yeah, I think now that we should switch to another game. Let's go to the next boards. Let's check Peter versus Veljanovski. 37th board, just few boards close. There is a mess.
Let's go to board 37. Cameraman is moving away.
Yeah.
This row is very interesting. It's all the interesting games.
If we stop right in front this row from the middle point, yeah, we could see all the boards.
Yes.
And Andrei is just slowly making a move, executing his move. Bishop e6.
Interesting.
Although I would say that still it's all three results.
Yeah, especially with the bishop on b2, ready to collect the pawns.
Tough games everywhere.
Yes.
These are basically our main boards to follow. Still there are some in progress. But this is a sector. This is the sector where something is going on. Demchenko has misplayed something?
Yeah, he seems to be slowly losing the advantage.
Really?
Yeah. His opponent is very long time, so anything can still happen. But and as I say, a mistake was made. On the screen, we see the two boards that are so interesting, as these boards are very tricky. Anything can still happen in those boards. And the players are also low on the clock. It's really nice to see that even in the first round, when the rating difference is so big, the games are still going on for so long. And it goes to show that it's not easy to win the first round as the rating favorite.
I see that Eduardo is completely focused and determined, and still the game is super complicated. What a mess. H4 has been played, both players super long time. Now they are in a blitz mode. Although there is a huge difference between playing a blitz, being in time trouble, in some kind of regular pace, and getting there from super long, tough game.
White is starting queen g5 now. It may not be a very dangerous threat, but
Yeah, rook g7.
it should
has
be
been
unpleasant
played.
to say the least.
Allowing queen h6, but saying that after king f7 this is nothing special.
Yeah, there has to be something concrete here for white, otherwise the pawns in the center are just moving forward. So just d5, d4, etc.
True. While you're having this game on the board and on the camera, and you see the move has been played, black is totally winning now. Andre versus Peter, but let's go back to e2.
What can white try here? I think you have to perform weird miracles with the queen. Queen h6 and then somehow queen h8 and just be very annoying, because otherwise I don't see what's... If you do nothing with white, I think black has a really nice play. White is still thinking. Wow, the players are really spending all their time.
Yeah, crazy.
They have nerves of steel. Okay, queen h6 is on the board. Now king h2. Wow. Getting out of the pin. Okay, rook takes g3 was a threat, of course.
But I love how Andre and Petr, they are sort of calm. Although the position is above,
Yeah, you wouldn't
beyond
say,
any control, yeah.
You wouldn't say that the players here are in time trouble. I've seen
Yeah.
more nervous players.
Exactly.
But it looks like Andre is going to convert this. He captured all the pawns on the queen side, and
Yeah.
the pawns seem unstoppable now.
He seems to be very safe on the king side, while at the
Yes.
same time, Iturrizaga is walking on thin ice.
Queen e8, what a move. He might try to trade queens.
Oh, he wants to go king g8 to protect the pawn.
Very clever.
And actually, it's a good. But is it a draw if I go queen h5? No, you go king f8 or king e7. King e7, so I need to do it in a smarter way.
Do you have knight e5?
I was thinking about that, but what if you take?
Rook takes?
And I was thinking, but now you take. Okay. Oh, okay. Knight e5, then, okay, if I go king g8 now.
I guess you do nothing.
Okay, it's easier to say than.
What a nerve-wracking game. Queen f4.
Queen f4.
Oh.
Mistake, but also understandable move. Targeting d6.
Okay. So black needs to defend this. But can you do that with king e7? Probably you can also play queen e7, just to make sure that the bishop on c5 is defended.
At the same time, Andre, I think he's okay. Still, he's winning, but still coordination is very poor.
He probably thinks that he can push the pawn.
I didn't. Neighbor started to cook. Okay, it will be a big dinner. It's a crazy mess. I'm checking all the games. Iturrizaga again, moving back and forth. Yilmaz still fighting. It will take some time, so I suggest that we go for a break.
Guys, we're back, and I am about to show you some very interesting endgame while we go back to the action of the main games, the top games. This is the end game, which actually is not so tough as the other end games, because black is winning here in this position, and the game is happening on the 13th board. With white pieces, we have Bruno, pawn, Topenchik against Amar Elham. And here the moves have been already played, so I will just very quickly show. Black first won the pawn, and it was not very difficult task. And then black decided to activate the king, obviously. Now black's target is f2 pawn. So after some time here, this is the setup. Black put nicely here. Rook to c2 is the threat to take the pawn on f2. So at some point, it was mandatory to play f4, and now g3 is a weakness. Here, I'm going to show you some of the ways how black can just break through and win this game. So black actually played rook to b6, but eventually he has to go with rook to c2 or rook on the second rank. And now white has two options: either to play king to h3, which is the worst move here, because after king to f1, whatever white does here, king goes on g1, and there's a to h2 checkmate coming up, and white cannot save this position. White has to give up the pawn and then the whole king side, so king cannot really go on h3. So after rook to c2, if king comes on g1 and keeps this opposition, then black can try to play king to e2. The idea is to play king f3. So if white starts to capture the pawn here and here, there is king to g3. Now the threat is checkmate in one move. And again, white cannot really do anything about in this position. Black will take the pawn on f4, later on h4, and this is completely winning position for black. So after king to e2 here, white has to block this king to get on f3. So something like bishop to d5. And now I'm going to just very quickly demonstrate how it's possible to win here in this position. When is the right time? Of course, black can still move around the pieces. It's possible to push g5, and then f takes or h takes, doesn't really matter. Then also to push next pawn on f4, and then to take this pawn back, which actually I did executed wrongly. Now I was supposed to take this pawn. So I'm going to ask Aloysia, because he's really good at the endgame techniques. Aloysia, this is the breakthrough that black has to do. When is the right time to push g5?
Kathy, you're totally right. Actually, this was explained in Auerbach's books. You have Yuri Auerbach's book, I think like 5 or 6 about endgames, and in one book that was mentioned. And once I was playing in Germany, in Mainz. That tournament was sort of a pioneer in freestyle. And I think that Grishuk was having this end game, and then he pushed this g5, so he knew it. So Auerbach was explaining that at some point king should stay on e3. Katie, this is the first thing. So when king is on e3, then it helps when you push g5 and f4, then king takes on f4 and you're faster. And also sometimes rook should go to g7 at some point and then to push g5. So there are some tricks how you are doing this. I don't know by heart, I need to think now, I'm a little bit tired, but you are totally right, g5 is the right concept and only way to win. So players know it, and so I think that now you can push, maybe on f4. This should be a winning concept. But sometimes rook should go to g7 or maybe this is already.
Yeah, on the 6th, the point is that you are controlling the pawn on g6, so it's white is not creating the counter.
You just need to be a little bit careful, but this is the only breakthrough, and if you don't know it, you might not win the game.
Oh, it's going to be such a bad news for anyone, because obviously you had a great game if you have an exchange up, and then not knowing this kind of end games, like the theory, will not really help. Black is down to 3 minutes. White has 2 minutes now. Let me take you back to the live mode here, because they actually did something really crazy. Is this a live game, guys? I think it is a live game, because we have not gone so far. So yeah, this is the moment. So at some point, black actually just pushed the pawn on g5. King is on e3, rook is on d6. I think this is the right moment here. So h takes on g5, h4 now. Now king takes on f4, g6. Well, this actually allows white to push the pawn on g6. What I knew, we need the rook to be on this 6th rank, not to allow this pawn to be pushed. But let's see how black actually managed here. This is currently the position. What is our take here? Is it still winning for black?
No, I think he's doing it in the right way. I'm trying to recheck it now. I think that he's doing the precise move. I'm trying to recall rook is on g3 in some positions. So how do you manage to, maybe this is the right concept? As I said...
shall I go bishop d5? Because now now what white wants to do is bishop to f7 and g7.
Yeah, but never mind. When rook comes sometimes to the g file, it stops it. So I'm just trying to. Is it king g3?
King
Yeah,
g3.
do you have time for this and then push the f pawn?
Yeah. So
let's say king f1.
Maybe
f4.
F4?
Bishop goes here. f3. And are we just on time here with black to checkmate or just to push the pawn? I think we are on time.
Yeah, this should be just winning position. So, no, I think he's doing this in the right way. As I said, it's not easy. I'm not using engine. I'm a grandmaster, but I need to think myself, and he's doing this for a long. So, but as I said, it was explained in our books, all this and this concept. Usually before the tournament, players tend to recheck those stuff.
I guess you could also walk with the king back, right? Like king e5, king f6, or is that too passive?
Like this?
Just to defend with the king and then push the pawn, the f pawn.
This might allow white king to activate.
Yeah.
This might just allow, and maybe black enough forces to win by the pawn and the rook. Yeah, because white can also just push h5 somewhere, h5, h6.
Now I'm checking. It seems that h4 was not the right move.
Oh.
So
h4 was not the right move here.
Yes. Actually, that move is a mistake, since now this position after h4, yes, takes, king takes f4, g6. It seems that the only mistake was bishop d5. Instead of rook, everything moves forward, and now bishop c6, yep. And here bishop d5 was a mistake. Is h5?
Maybe h5, yeah.
h5 was a better move.
Yeah, h5 draws the game.
Wow.
And after king to g5, here our dear friend Engine says play bishop f3 or bishop to e8.
Yeah, this will be a draw. This will be a draw. So h5 was missed. But now
so bishop d5 looks also quite natural move, but it's a horrible move according to the engine. Because of king to g7. King g7 is the only move black can play here to win.
But hang on, Katie, what is the current position? Because the game ended up in a draw.
What? How is that possible?
Here he took on f4, on h4, few moves afterwards.
King g3 happened. It's minus 35. And
so f4 was missed. F4 just wins instead of taking on h4, just f4 wins.
f4 and then f3. Okay, that was the winning plan here.
He probably completely missed bishop f7. Like he just took the pawn, and then bishop f7 was played, and you cannot make progress anymore.
Yeah.
And how do you make a draw?
this is, I think there was a draw offer. Let me just very quickly just finalize this one. After king to e2, the final move is rook to c1, and white is not on time.
Rook e7, I think Katie also wins.
Rook e7 is also, yeah, possibly.
Yeah, rook e7
this is another
should also
beautiful
win.
move.
Yeah.
So in the game, after king to g3, king f1, and takes here.
And why this is a draw?
Bishop f7 and draw offer happened.
Rook c8 and then sacking the rook. Okay, so this is the final.
Yeah, white is just playing g7.
Yes.
Oh, that was an upset. So he knew the motive, but execution, it's not simple at all when you're tired and you're playing for 5 hours.
This is move 70, so they have passed already a lot of time. You know, like when we have the games of the super grandmasters, they're actually quite good at pressing on time. When they have extra rook, they like to just move around, get the extra time on the clock, and then execute moves like g5 in that situation when they are ahead of time, not when they have seconds on the clock. You still need to figure it out, even if you know the technique, what is the correct move. Yeah, this is quite set result for black. We were just thinking that this is such a risk-free position. Okay, it's a risk-free, obviously, but we were thinking that this is very easy to win. But we can see even here in this position, black was playing on 2 seconds on the clock. So this must be one of the few upsetting results today.
Yeah, and I think that we can slowly conclude our day, because in the meantime we have results. One topic you just mentioned, Katie, that top players are better in the end game. The thing is, when you manage to make a breakthrough and you're a top player, you're having a team, seconds, and your openings are actually something where you are good. You can invest time on end games. While when you are a player who is around 25, 50, or maybe 26, it's not simple to invest to endgames, because you know that you will lack then opening knowledge, you might suffer in the openings, you won't come out from the opening, you might not end up in endgames.
Story of my life, Alois.
Yeah, I would love to have a team, and then I can just work on endgames. That would be awesome. Yeah. So, as I said, we shouldn't criticize so much players. So
I do have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm those players who never like to work on the openings, and as I mentioned, I'm barely getting off the openings. What you guys prefer to work, openings or the other, like end games, for instance? I know, Anna Maya, you are now training on your chess, and you want to achieve your final norm of Women Grandmaster and the International Master. So what is your routine looks like? And same question to you, Aloysia, as well, like what you used to like to work, mostly which part?
Openings are also actually my nightmare, Katie. I have had to work on this for quite some time now, because it's never ending. There's always more to learn in openings. So that's definitely one of my main things that I'm working on with my coach. So he helps me a lot with this. And by myself, I love reading through chess books, teaching me all about middle game plans, end games. So, well, I work with my coach on openings, so I don't have to worry about it too much. But of course, I also need to do some self-study when it comes to openings. But I do have more time to work on other things, because there's so much to learn about chess.
Yeah. Funny remark is, that you tend to learn some endgames after your loss or your mistake. I believe now that Amar will study this endgame quite closely, but usually, you tend to learn on your own mistakes. It's not easy to focus on some endgames. From my experience, working on endgames pays off, but first few months you're playing worse, because you get confused and you get too focused, and then at some point everything goes at the right place. So investing in endgames, there are plenty of books. I think it's worth some energy. In the meantime, Katie, thanks for pointing out this endgame. I love it. In the meantime, we can conclude our day. We can maybe read some upset. Okay, draws. David Mara is the first one to mention. We have Maxime Lagarde, first one to finish his game with a lower-rated opponent in a draw. We have Yufa Daniel making a draw, Lupulescu, the now Amar, Elham, which was just mentioned by Keti, Sochko Bartosz as well, Stamatis, Kurkulus, and
Kilik managed to beat Yilmaz.
Peter losing his game, Yilmaz losing his game. So many, many upsets, but still favorites are cruising towards the second round in a most likely convincing way. So tomorrow we will start our round at the same time, 3 p.m. Today we had this opening ceremony, which you could see. So plenty of games, but now things are getting more closer, and no one can claim easily a win after this round. I believe it will be tougher and tougher. And same time, Anna-Maja, thanks for your first day.
Yes, it was wonderful. Very exciting first round, and I'm looking forward to the next 10 rounds.
Yeah, so stay with us. Greetings from Katowice, from Poland, and be with us tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.